Alright then, so, y'all may remember that I've already played this game before, but I did tell y'all that I was probably going to play more of it, and well, here we are playing more Monster Train. Now, you may notice from the Pyre Heart meter at the bottom there that it's going up a bit. I have played a fair bit more since last time, as I said I probably was going to, so that we can unlock some stuff. So we don't have to have the whole unlock process be while you guys are here, because sometimes it would take a lot of extra legwork redoing things over and over again in order to unlock a few things. Now, I think I can look at what I've unlocked. Yeah, there we go. You'll notice I have the Under Legion, and they've gained a lot of levels already. They've very quickly become one of my favorite factions of the new ones. And, as was hinted at me by Callista, the other factions from the previous game are in here. Just had to do some work to get them. So, as we're playing, we'll be able to get the Awoken, the Stygian Guard, the Umbra, and the Melting Remnant back. I did get the Hellhorned already for unlocking access to the old factions. I've also, as you can see by the fact there's double portraits in a lot of spots, gained the secondary hero choice of almost all of them. Lazarus League, even though they're very powerful, I've been having really bad luck with. So they've not gained as many levels as all of the others. Like, Luna Coven and Lazarus League have actually been the ones that have been doing the worst for me, which is surprising because I really enjoy the mechanics of both, but as you can see, neither of them have a win. So actually, now that I look at it, the Pyreborn don't actually have a win under their belt other than the one with the Banished. Actually, why isn't that showing here? Oh yeah, because I think it only shows on the main faction that was used. Like, Under Legion and Luna Coven had a victory, and Under Legion and Lazarus League had a victory, but neither of those were with that faction leading. Obviously, we have a lot more to do as we use all these, but as you can see here as well, it's not going to take that much to unlock these. Like, 5 spells in 1 turn really isn't that hard to do. Healing health, we'll just get that over time. Reanimate on 50 guys, that's also not going to be too bad to do. Increasing room capacity is just going to take, like, 10 bad runs to do, as you get to room capacity every time you take the room capacity increase from the boss reward. So, and presuming that counts. If it doesn't, you can also use the hammer you can get in the room modifying event, and that'll probably do the job too. I don't think I have any... Yeah, I have no customization yet still. Once we get to rank 5, I can go to the Hall of Experimentations, which I probably will, because that looks more my style with the books strewn about everywhere. There has been a bit of plot y'all missed, but it's nothing I'm gonna go through here, because I'll let that be a surprise for you to figure out on your own playing the game. I have not done much in the way of dimensional challenges. I did just this one, because that unlocked a Pyre Heart. And I just haven't gotten around to the other ones yet, because a bunch of them were saying I needed one faction or another to go to them, but it looks like they're all open now other than the ones going this way, which are probably all going to involve, yeah, the old factions. So we might dip into a dimensional challenge today, we'll see. My priority today, though, is going to be on the old factions. So if you're not interested in seeing the factions from the first game taking on the content of the second game, this may not necessarily be a session for you. But I'm interested to see how the features of these old factions combine with the new features, and how much they've changed, because I assume they've changed some stuff. Let's do Hellhorn Pyreborn, red and orange. I think the Pyre Gel will mix pretty well with the aggressive nature of the Hellhorned. Whether I'm right about that or not, we'll find out. The other best option probably would be like Luna Coven for them, for synergizing with spell power to make their aggressive spells work, but I'm figuring Pyre Gel is all damage, So both their physical attacks and their magic will be buffed by that. And, oh yeah, let's go through the new Pyre Hearts I have, because I think we were only up to here when I stopped. We now have all drafted cards appear with an upgrade. That's the one I got for the Dimensional Challenge. Wing Spirit, which is one I've been using a lot, heals everybody on the front line to full on every floor, 1 time per battle. Very useful. Pyre's Greed, every time you take damage on the Pyre, you get 10 money. Doesn't really seem that useful to me, but I also typically run setups that give me a lot of money, so. This I just got, I think this was from the update, because I thought this was a nice, even, squared off thing before. But either way, this popped up when I loaded the game today, and there was an update, so that's why I'm presuming that. Since I'm playing the Xbox X Game Pass version, I actually cannot tell you what the update did, because I did not receive patch notes over there. I could probably go look at the Steam page and find it, but I do not have it directly in front of me. But I'm probably going to use this one a lot. Once per battle, gain 3 Ember. That's pretty good. And then the one I had on, which was Herzal's Horde, which you, I think, got through a win on a certain difficulty. I think, like, Covenant 3 or so might be it. No, because I got the win on Covenant 3 using that one, so that can't be it. But either way, you get more deployment in Ember, and your deployable upgrade that allows you to put either a room or an equipment in your starting hand is cheaper. It's a very nice Pyre Heart to use. It also has a decent bit of health. You'll notice some of these have less health than others, which can be risky. But I do think that that free 3 Ember will be huge from time to time. So let's see how Hellhorn Pyreborn works out. I have, of course, unlocked a bunch of other artifacts and cards and things for all the factions through gaining levels as well. Let's see, Guildmonger, Flicker, and Fortify. Okay, okay. Not amazing, but I can live with that. Artifact, trial rewards are more profitable, or summon a random unit from your deck on each floor after deployment. I don't really care for this idea. Even though I like random, I really like actually distributing my units in a way that I'm happy with, and this will sabotage that immensely. Like, it'll just scatter guys around the field, and who knows who's gonna end up where, which could foil everything. I may still play around with it in the future, but right now I want the trial reward money. Let's see, multi-strike on Hornbreaker Prince, or armor on kill and rage. I think I'm gonna take the armor on kill first, because it'll make it more likely for him to live. And then we'll go into multi-strike later if we get the option. Multi-strike is really powerful, so I would love to have it, but one thing at a time. Mark of Invasion won't be too bad. At worst, we'll take a bit of early Pyre damage, and that really won't be that big a deal. Let's see. Health-wise, we're actually fine putting the Guildmonger down as a blocker for the Horn Prince, so we'll go ahead and do this. I don't know why the game's giving me the tutorial again, but thank you, I guess, game. I will do that. This way, every floor is covered since we have the invasion coming in. We are going to have them leaking through a bit, because I don't have enough troops to deploy to stop that immediately. But if we pull a Flicker or such... Yeah, there we go. We'll just flatten this bunch immediately. We'll go ahead and give you the free armor. These guys are gonna be protected by the fact that I'm gonna blast that guy a little bit. I am actually gonna get rid of that healer though. This way this guy takes more damage. Him taking 12, that's fine. I can fix that later. Or he'll die. And, you know, real shame that a trained steward dies. And I do want the Guildmonger to die, but I don't want him to die too quickly. In case anybody's like, but don't you want the Guildmonger to die? It's like, yes, but there's more to it than that. There we go, they're covered. We can prevent taking any damage. Actually, If I give myself the Ember, I can clean house here. I can take care of the only guy that'll live there, take out the healer, and pretty much just do whatever I want. It's a little wasteful to use this right now, arguably, but it'll prevent us taking damage, which will get us a better score, which will get us more experience for our faction. We just gotta watch out for these guys that have a decent whack of health to them, that are still up and running. But that's why I Pyrogel'd the one down there, since he'll get chewed up a little quicker. You're gonna live right now, and I don't appreciate that. How about you don't do that? There you go. Let's see, give you a friend, just like the other floor has. And that sets him up to die. Perfect. Nice and easy. We're probably not getting the Guildmonger killed unless he dies in the final fight here. Which he should. Yeah, he's absolutely dying. In fact, we're losing this fight right now because of that healer. Among other things. So let's go ahead and just Pyrogel you up as much as I can. And unfortunately, there's just nothing I can really do to ensure his death any other way. So we're actually going to potentially have a bit of trouble with him just running roughshod over us right now. Because we don't have a lot of support right now. We are going to get one Dragon Horde out of this. The problem with the Hornbreaker Prince right now is he wasn't getting any armor from slaying, and he didn't get hit at all, so he didn't get any rage. Having a blocker for that one is actually not a good idea, but his health is so low right now that I couldn't guarantee that he was going to be able to stand on his own either. Buy him a little bit of time. It's gonna be dicey whether we end up taking pyre damage at the very end here. And now he takes 88. Got him. Okay, perfect. Sometimes all it takes is making it take an extra round of combat for him to get to the guys who do real damage. And there we go. 1 turn boss rush, trial bonus, battle 1, all that good stuff. Let's see. Oh yeah, Hornbreak's real good. Is for those that haven't seen the piercing modifier, that means it just skips over their armor and shields. So things that have a lot of armor, doesn't matter. Pink dead. We're gonna take that, because that's gonna be useful, especially combined with Pyrogel. Fireball is fun, but I'm gonna take the lava armor, because that'll actually work really well for the Horn Prince. This way he gets angrier, and they take extra damage on top of that, so they just get ruined. Why? Oh, that's why. Also, apparently Discord didn't acknowledge me going into streamer mode today. So that's interesting. That's why you heard the... That's why you just heard Discord right there. That was on my side, not on anybody else's. Let me deal with that before we continue. Otherwise, we're just gonna have it keep pinging, and I don't want that. Because I would not want anybody getting confused why their Discord's going off when it's mine. You know? Wouldn't do anybody any good. Horned Warrior has multi-strike by default. That's pretty nice. Branded Warrior, 5 rage, and applies 5 rage to friendly units when he gets a kill. That is really good, but I think I'm gonna keep the Horned Warrior instead, because default multi-strike is going to be more useful to us right now, because I don't have a great mechanism to ensure that he's the one who kills specifically. Okay, I don't actually have anything that costs 2. I thought I did. 20 magic power and consume. 50 damage piercing is going to be beautiful, so we'll go ahead and do that. Spell chain. You know what? Let's have that spell chain as well. That'll be 100 piercing damage if I have 2 ember around. Time to use it. 10 armor for free. Yes, please. And that's good enough. Yes, yes. Prepare yourself. What do we got here? 1 Titan skin for 110 gold? Sure. 1 Titan skin really isn't going to be that big a deal. For those that don't know, it's just 1 damage reduction. They just flat ignore the first point of damage they take, basically. Okay. Now, the reason why I don't just place the Hornbreaker Prince down by himself or anything is we don't have any movement abilities with this set, so I can't, like, guarantee that I can advance him to the front. Or, like, move him to the back by advancing somebody else. And I really expected the Guildmonger to die faster. But since we have the lava armor, I think I'm going to take a risk here and do this way around. Have the Horned Warrior be behind him and have the Hornbreaker Prince be the front of this one and just put the Guildmonger here. Because I don't have enough units to deploy a bunch of stuff and use up all my deployment ember, that's kind of why I'm ending up having to make this decision now. I could have just wasted that deployment ember in order to be safer, but this should be okay. Just means I need to be a little careful here at the beginning. Go ahead and kill you off. These flickers are actually useless against these guys right now thanks to the Titan skin. So playing them is completely superfluous. I should be able to... Yeah, I can kill him. And then you take one hit, get angry. You won't get the kill, though. So you won't get the armor. Even with the rage, that's not going to be enough. But we'll let him advance. That's fine. You may notice the audio is a little lower compared to last time, by the way, because I lowered it much more significantly while I was doing my off-camera grinding, because really, there's only so much you can listen to the soundtrack of this game, even if it's good, without starting to steadily lose your mind. So, that's how that ended up being. I can get rid of one enemy. Yeah, you're giving haste. It really sucks that you're doing that. But it's either I get rid of something that's dealing damage, which because of the health situation here, he's gonna be in real danger. Or if I let that play out that way, go ahead and put a Spear Steward up here. Or I let the flutist go, they move up here next turn and fight these guys. Which I think is fine, considering he's gonna die and these two will be left. I think them moving up is fine. Because I have to use 2 fire starters to kill anything here, thanks to the armor. So we'll get rid of that guy so he comes out of this with more health left. Because that's gonna be important later. Yep, I think that's the best shot I got right now. This is the exact scenario I was afraid of, though, with the setup I was going for right now. I think I picked too aggressive an enemy team for this to be the right idea. Oh, wait, there's lava armor. Okay, that might actually save the day here. This ignores armor and shields, so it should bypass Titan skin, I would presume. But this is massive overkill. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold that, because this is enough to get rid of him. And these two then both die. So that takes care of that. That's all fine and well, perfectly good. Go ahead and fortify you with 10 armor so that you chew through more of him. Fire gel him up. As you can see, we are gonna lose this bit here again. That's to be expected, considering we got a very fragile starting line here. The wiser course for me would be to have the Horned Warrior be behind somebody more durable than the Horned Prince. But this still does good damage, and we should be able to clean this up. Because I'll ping off his damage shield. Well, yeah, with the fire starter, because he still gets the pyre gel, and it would be 1 damage otherwise, which is a non-issue. So, let's see. Yeah, actually, this is perfect already, because he kills the Guildmonger and gets me my Dragon Horde. Oh, that was enough damage for him not to kill the Guildmonger. I just wanted to get certainty. No. I'm actually gonna undo that, because I want that Guildmonger to die. I know it's a waste of everybody's time for a second or so here, but it'll help us a lot in the future. Because that 1 bit of pyre gel's needed, but the torch isn't. I just like to play my cards. Sometimes I play too many cards because I want to play the cards, and it ends up biting me. Like, I had one round toward the end of one of my winning runs that I actually had to undo like 6 times because I'm like, I'm gonna play these cards. Oh god, I've activated so many awful things for them because I did that. Undo. How about over here? Nope, everything awful happened when I put it there too. Okay, I'm just not playing my hand at all. Take the Molting Imp since he does damage on play, and we can like delete him if needed. Alchemy could be useful, especially combined with the Quath's Reservation, because the thing is, if I end up in a fight where I know I'm gonna win and I don't need a Quath, I can just activate that, play a free Alchemy, get 2 Dragon Horde. And Dragon Horde, for those that don't know, as you build it up, gets you more money, gets you a Pyroborn artifact, and another artifact if you get it high enough. Very useful for free stuff. Definitely something you want. Speaking of things I want, not the Pyro Remains right now because we don't need to heal. I wouldn't mind equipment, but I think this is the better call over here because we can make our units better and get another unit. Steelworker will be huge, actually. Resolve is basically at the end of every turn, he'll apply armor to everybody that's in the same floor as him. So that's going to actually be very good for us. And this random event has what for me? Ah, this is a crossover event that can happen. Specifically a crossover with Balatro, for those that didn't figure that one out. A colorful vortex hurls the train towards a vast empty space filled with nothing except a deck of cards. A strange face emerges. It's Jimbo the Joker. The Joker presents you with 3 cards and exclaims, "Pick a card, any card." Which Joker card do you take? Do we want Canio, which when we purge a card outside of combat gives us 75 coins, which basically will only really work if we purge cards using the shop, which means we're not actually getting all 75 coins. We'll get a reimbursement of most of the coins we use to purge other cards, or a reimbursement plus some, depending on how many times we purged. Jaco, which mutes the bosses for 3 turns, which is actually really huge against some bosses, or the Gross Mikhail. 10 attack to all of our units that aren't the champion, and after combat it has a 10% chance to explode. We're taking this one, because 10 more attack for our troops here is going to be incredible. The Joker Chortles, good luck with that one! They respond as if you made a bad choice like that, no matter which choice you make. But as you can see, they're all labeled with green attack numbers now, because they all have that extra 10 attack. Which, you know, 50 attack over here on a 1-cost guy, pretty nice. Pretty nice. And we can make it better, probably. In fact, we definitely can. 70 damage quick multi-strike. Yes. We're gonna give him a bit extra health, though, because there's a lot of things that'll reach past our defenders and still kill him. So you can't full glass cannon your troops and be sure that that's not gonna backfire. Also, having the imp actually have attack value is hilarious to me. We'll go ahead and buff up the Steelworker a bit. Yeah, because we want to keep him around, so having him do extra damage is going to be good for us. I would have loved to put Titanite on somebody because it cuts their damage the damage they're dealt in half, but we just can't do that right now. Time for our first major boss fight. Okay, he just has go for the pyre, which is great for me because I almost always have somebody on every floor. Do I think the setup's gonna work down here again? I won't be able to fit the Steelworker in with them right now. Otherwise, I would put Steelworker, the Horned Warrior, and the Hornbreaker all in here because that would keep the Hornbreaker alive and do terrible things. Instead, we'll just set you up here, you behind him, and then a Shield Steward up here to keep Archeon off of our core. There we go. One Shield Steward gets left behind, but they're gonna always get left behind if I have any other things in mind. Go ahead and give you that, so you just keep compounding interest, basically. Put a Shield Steward there with you. You know what? Actually, that'll be good, because it'll clear the extras out of here, and he can fit down there to help them out, so that'll work perfectly. Yes, yes. Brr, brr, die. Let's see. Go ahead and fire starter him, because now when I flicker, they both die. Flicker up here for fun, just to deal an extra free damage to Archeon. And unfortunately, these two stewards are just gonna rot in the deck until somebody dies. If somebody ever dies. I'm usually pretty good about keeping all my units alive, unless they're intended to die, like the Guildmonger. The only exception being the final round, because everybody dies in the final round. It's very tempting to just alchemy here. In fact, yeah, actually this is pretty clean. I don't need to throw attacks around. We'll take the Dragon Horde. I was debating just activating the extra Ember, but just in case something suddenly goes wrong, we'll hold that Ember, since we don't need it this turn. We could, like, activate it to just go ham on Archeon on the final round or something. You are still losing health, but that's mostly because you're going to be bouncing off the Sycophant. I'm going to go ahead and give you the armor still, though. Because these two are dying, so I just pop him, then he only is taking 3, which is nothing. And then we can stack the Pyre Gel on Archeon, so he takes a lot more damage. Here we go. I think that's as good a plan as any. Don't get me wrong, there are better plans I could have, but that would involve having different things available. And now we'll go ahead and give you a little bit of armor. Now he doesn't take any damage. But we're trying to save his health for fighting Archeon at the end. Speaking of, let's just beat him up a bit. Make it a little easier on everybody. Not like I got anything else to spend all that power on, right? He's not going to be summoning anything that's particularly dangerous. Yeah, we win already, and they're not even getting past the Hornbreaker. But what if we made it worse for them? What if we just made everything awful for them? This is a shame in that we're gonna keep the Guildmonger alive this time, but we already got 2 Dragon Horde out of the alchemy spell, so it's fine. One hit point in a dream. Let's see, Hell Furnace, Impalate, or Soldier of Fortune. Soldier of Fortune is really fun. Right now we only have 1 Imp in the deck, so Impalate's not great. So it becomes a question of, do I want Soldier of Fortune or Hell Furnace? Because I don't intend on really going out of my way to get Imps. Even though that's half of what Hellhorn does. You either go with the big dudes or the Imps, basically, with Hellhorn, as far as units go. No, I think I'll just take the Hell Furnace for now. Let's see, we got a Steelworker, a Pyre-Blooded, or a Hothead. What does Empower do again? Gain attack equal to Pyre Gel stacks on all units. You know, that has potential. Another Steelworker would also be nice, because I could just sit there and keep building up armor on multiple floors. And the Hothead just does his attack damage to enemy units twice, which is really good. If you can get, like, a Mind Cage or something on him so he can do that, like, every other turn, it gets silly. I'm gonna try the Pyre-Blooded, though. I've not really used that. And we're getting more units because I get more space, and we'll go ahead and loot this for now. See about getting some more power. Yeah, when an enemy unit ascends, gain 2 Pyre Gel. Yep, that'll work perfectly. Because what we'll do is we'll put the Empower guy on the 2nd floor, and he'll just profit hand over fist. More artifacts could be really good, and we still don't need Pyre health. A Pyreborn unit would be nice, but we did just add a couple units to the team, so... I think this will work out just fine. And I would like more money to buy more artifacts anyway. Let's see what the event is, then we'll grab artifacts, then we'll grab the champion upgrade. Ah, okay. The rail leads you along the path of the angel, a gavelstone path lined with angels forever frozen in stone. A few such statues still contain some lingering essence. You can infuse this essence with one of your own. The price of power, however, might not be what you expect. Do you grant your forces the power of heaven? So we can get Wrath, which allows the unit to attack immediately. We can get Benevolence, which restores friendly units on their floor, I believe, to full health. Or we can get Courage, which allows a unit to advance, restore to full health, and gain armor equal to how much they healed. Basically make them super tank, which is really helpful. But I'm taking Wrath because it's going to be hilarious for our multi-strike guy to just get a free attack off every couple turns. Because he will hit for his whole value, so he will hit for 70. You have chosen the power of Wrath. As you continue down the path of the angel, you can't help but wonder who those angels once were. We may never know. Go ahead and grab our upgrade. Yeah, we can either gain more armor on Slay and more rage on Revenge, or we can have default armor and the multi-strike. We are taking the default armor and the multi-strike, because he basically now has 25 health. Advance the back enemy unit when it enters the train. That's great against healers, because you just push them to the front and they get screwed immediately. We're definitely taking the Scorching Restraints, because Rage gives anybody who has it 2 more attack per stack, as you see there, so they're basically starting with 6 extra attack. It does degrade over time, which is the only downside. But it'll still be useful for cracking the first couple parties that come in. So I either buy one of these... Actually, the Crown of the Eternal's fantastic here since we don't have a ton of health. Ordinarily, my champions have so much health that I don't take the Crown of Eternals, because they usually survive without any help. Horned Prince doesn't have a ton of health, though, so... we do have some multi-strikers, so Reanimate's not the worst thing to deal with, and that's a lot of money. This guy's a bit of a bastard, though. Anytime you play a spell on his floor, he's gonna corrupt everybody, which sucks. And these guys will dump corruption on the front guy. So this is actually gonna really be upsetting to deal with. Is for those that don't know, how Reanimate works in addition to what it says is every time they're brought back, when you kill them again, their death effect's gonna trigger again. So say these bastards up here have Reanimate on them. That means every time you have to kill them, you get another 3 corruption on your front unit. So you can just have it stacking rapidly and ruining everything. But I need money. Is what's coming up next? Wrong button. Merchant of Steel, Forgotten Boons, Unstable Vortex, Pyre Remains, Merchant of Trinkets, Empyrean Well. Wait, no, we're going here next, because we're right here right now. So, Alcove, Magic, Unstable... no, I'm not gonna deal with this then. I don't need that much money for where we're going. Because more than likely we're going this way to duplicate a unit. And we'll buy, like, a piece of equipment, probably. As you can see, we can't afford to summon everybody we have anymore, because we just have too many units. But now that we have more space, we can put a Steelworker in here with these boys. And basically, most things probably aren't making past this floor anymore. But, in case they do, Guildmonger right there, and Steward right there. Just in case. So let's see, we do have room to throw the Molting Imp to blow all these guys up, but it is gonna get the Hornbreaker Prince a bunch of corruption. One way or the other, he's getting all that corruption, though. But what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hold the Molting Imp for now. Keep him as a problem solver instead. This way they get the Slay bonuses off. Yeah, because he's the only one who has a Slay bonus. That is going to be 9 corruption. He is gaining 5 armor a turn to mitigate that somewhat, and he will heal any regular damage he takes. So that should be okay. Feels weird just not throwing every spell I have around, but it'll be fine. The good news is I think the corruption damage does count for his revenge effect, so I think he is actually going to keep gaining attack every time the corruption kicks. So we just have to keep him alive is going to be the tricky part. They're both dying already, so there's really not much I need to do. We'll just stack another Shield Steward up here in case things go absolutely sideways. And Flicker for fun. Ordinarily, I would magic them all to death, but since I'm trying to play off revenge moves here, I don't actually want to clear the way I normally would. Keep giving you more armor to compensate for the corruption you keep getting. This is another case of there's not really a point to blowing these guys up. I will blow you up for fun, though. You know what? Blow him up for fun. Because the only one who needs to kill is the Hornbreaker Prince, so he keeps getting more armor to compensate for the corruption he's getting. He is going to get eaten alive by that corruption eventually. We just have to hope that we can keep getting him enough armor that he can wear through that. There we go, some more health for him. As you can see, he is steadily taking more and more damage. So the good news is at any point I can have the big man with the axe there just clean house. Also, yes, you're reading that right when it says 73 times 2 for our boy here. Because he's got so much rage. Plus 58 because of all the rage he's building up. He is so angry. Oh yeah, the Pyre-Blooded is only a one-space dude. I could put him down here. Nah. We'll go ahead and alchemy because there's nothing to do this turn. We're fine with the brief respite. And I can't guarantee any Pyrogel down here for him to really take advantage of. Yeah, that corruption, though, is going to eat him alive now, as described. But, thankfully, this is what I was holding the imp for. Clean them out. It is going to set him up for failure, which is not ideal. Yeah, and every time I cast a spell, he gives corruption to everybody, yeah. So that actually doesn't help. No, let's undo that. That was a terrible idea. So how much does he take right now? Yeah, 596. This adds corruption when I play this on him, so actually giving him the armor is useless. Molting Imp is worth doing because it clears these guys out and makes him take way more damage, but the rest of this is useless to play. Put that up on you. And I guess we're just gonna wait this turn out. This is why I hate incant effects. It makes me feel like I can't do anything, and I just don't get to play my turn. Which is exactly why they're powerful effects, don't get me wrong. They're actually very good for slowing a player down and making sure they actually have to think what they're doing through instead of just spamming to victory. But he's down to a quarter of his health. He has no chance. He's only going to take 28 here before he dies. He's going to die more or less guaranteed anyway, though, so let's do a bunch of Pyrogels. He's, like I said, dead in the water here. We're setting him up for the future. So these guys are getting chewed up by corruption, too. He's only taking 34 here. And I don't have room to put a Spearman in. We are going to take core damage here. Pretty much guaranteed. No matter what I do here, we're going to have a bad time. Yeah, the armor helps a lot. I don't want to put a second armor buff on him, though, I don't think. Because that'll put him up to 11 corruption, even though it'll block one hit. He then dies afterwards. Yeah, I think we just leave that alone and take 2 hits on the pyre. I guess we could test. How much does this change? Yeah, it actually didn't change it at all. But now if I play an attack at him, that would end up putting him to 14 corruption. Which still doesn't kill him, so actually it doesn't matter. We can still throw that at him. So I think that kills this one back here quicker. It's still okay, though. This means we only take 1 hit on the pyre instead of 2. In case anybody was like, why does this matter? Because he's still getting through. It's 1 hit on the pyre instead of 2, so it's 15 instead of 30. Which makes it less of a concern to need to heal the pyre. Oh, I don't remember the Impish Scholar. I don't remember if he was in the first game or not. Summon, replace a random consumed spell. But I don't have much that does consume. Alchemy is consumed, and that's it, other than Hornbreak. So I don't really think there's any huge value to Impish Scholar, but that gives me ideas. Because you can combine that with, like, Luna spells or such to do really silly things. I think actually I take Important Work because once I place the damage imp, his whole purpose in life would be to die after that. So that works out perfectly. 3 loot, that does get me a random artifact. Do I want that right now? No, we'll save that and try to go for 5 or 6. And as I planned, we're still going this way because there's not a healing spot over here anyway. The Pyre Tap, which we can use Pyre Health to play cards, which is actually probably pretty useful. I don't think I've ever used it. We don't really run out of Ember with this setup so far. Meanwhile, I can draw till I have 10 cards on the first turn after deployment, which could be actually crazy. Duplicate a card. Do I want to duplicate anything right now, or do I want to see what I get? I'll see what I get first, and then I'll duplicate. Bloodthirsty Blade could be good, especially since we're leveraging Slay on the Horned Prince anyway. We might actually be able to do something with that. And that's not kidding when it says it adds the attack to the weapon permanently, by the way. For the rest of that run, that weapon will have that increased attack, which can be quite nice. In fact, yeah, I like that idea. This is going to be more expensive, but now it gives the health and the attack. And what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate that merged equipment, so now we have 2 armor and sword combo things. So it's a little more likely to show up, and it'll be very helpful. This bunch with healing every time they go up to the next floor, huh? We do have a lot of front-loaded damage. Also, the Gross Michael is still here. So we do have the damage bonus still. This is a risk. This is a big risk. But if it pays off, we can get a lot of upgrades. Because we either get the money from this and the Forgotten Boons and use that to upgrade my units, or we go buy a bunch of artifacts if we need the health. This is a big mistake potentially, but if it works out, it's gonna be so profitable. Give you a friend and another friend. Because this should be enough front-loaded damage to clear most of their units that they'll have. There are gonna be some that are gonna be a problem. And we are gonna have a lot of issues if they do make it to that point, because these 2 aren't gonna be able to clear on their own. But it is only 150 health, guys, so it's not the worst. Go ahead and put the Hell Furnace down. I do have the Molting Imp. I could... Yeah, in fact, we're gonna do that. I'm gonna play him and blow him up. This way we get rid of the protection that they have, but also still have the available juice here. Yeah, the problem is they have 5 Titan skin from the Harpist. So I probably should kill the Harpist. Thing is, a lot of this hand's gonna go to waste because of this move, but that's kind of what it's there for. Is part of the reason why I wanted the early big hand is it cycles the deck. Anything I don't want out of this hand, I probably wasn't going to want immediately anyway. So it doesn't matter that I end up with this. I also could have just used his Wrath attack to chunk this guy down a bit in advance, but this is fine as it is. Or, actually, hang on. He'll do 82 with his Wrath attack. You do 42... No, that's not enough to guarantee the Hornbreaker kills him, so I don't care. We'll save the Wrath for clearing a problem out. Oh wait, yeah, he had Quick as well, so yeah, if I'd Wrathed him first, we would have gotten the kill with the Hornbreaker. But that's okay. Wrath is a 3-turn cooldown. I could give you the Mind Cage so that you could do that in 2 turns instead of 3. We're giving you the merged equipment guaranteed. That makes you so much stronger. Yeah, you know what? Take the Mind Cage, because that'll help you. And we'll go ahead and Wrath him first. He's gonna die, and then this guy goes running wild through them. So it's gonna be beautiful. And there's no point in throwing Flicker, because all it'll do is hurt the Harpist slightly, which doesn't matter. Yes, give me all the revenge stacks and then die to give me slay effects, you fools. That's fine, that resolves itself. Ooh, I did get the other copy immediately, huh? I wish I hadn't put the Mind Cage on you now, because this would have absolutely been great on you. But this guy's in the back and he gets a few free kills, so he should be able to profit from that a bit. We don't have Wrath up, but if I put some Pyrogel on you... No, you don't die any faster. I was hoping to put a little bit more damage on him, but it doesn't matter because since he's not dying, that means he's gonna run and free and clear up the stairs. But now he'll pick up some Pyrogel on the way up. Let's see... Yeah, they are starting to pile up a little bit, which is not what I want. But we can chew through that guy a bit. Still doesn't get him killed. Okay, that's not great then. Because I do kind of need to do something about this as well. Based on this turn, though, we're going to go ahead and take the Ember so I can play Alchemy. Give you a little bit of armor. No armor for you. You'll get armor for the future because you are going to have to contend with these guys here in a minute. That puts you up to Pyrogel 4. Yes, I think that does kill, doesn't it? Yes. Okay, that'll help. There's the Stygian Guard, by the way. Remember when I said throwing a lot of spells around wasn't going to take long to accomplish? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. This is problematic, but we'll make do. Yes, keep giving him more rage. Fuel his anger. Yeah, we are going to take a bunch of core damage unless I do something about it. Yes, actually. Because now he gains a bunch of attack and starts really chewing through a bit better. It's not going to be good enough for right now, but that'll help. Well, it might help. Unfortunately, since we burnt our only imp, important work is a dead card, and that's kind of why I was against taking it, but it does have its times where it's going to be useful. And that's where the torn decision there comes from. We could always purge it later if I don't end up picking up any imps further. Thing is, it takes 3 hits each to kill those guys with the core. Oh no, yeah, still 3 hits even with the Pyrogel, that they've stacked up. But we kill their leader immediately, so we're actually gonna be fine. So, how do I want to do things here still? Put you down. Have enough Pyrogel on you that you'll die in a couple spells, so do that. Still doesn't matter at the end of the day. And he's only living as long as he is because of the 8 goddamn reanimate he has, which is why I hate him so much. Reanimate as a mechanic upsets me greatly. It's like, hey, how about this unit just doesn't die, but I killed it, but it didn't die anyway. It's like dealing with those people that'll just power game everything they do. Like, nope, I'm not dead, but you did though. But I got better. No, you didn't. You don't get better from dying. Actually, yeah, Pyrochomper combined with important work would be huge. You know what? There might actually be a time where I need to push the greed bomb button. It's not really a card I like because it'll probably kill my own guys, but it could actually save the day at some point. Sizzling Firecracker is something I haven't used before, but it could be good. 3 extra damage for each upgrade. We just need to actually get upgrades. Or I start going for more unit upgrades and go for Medallion of Superiority. I don't really care about the Sharpened Teeth because we're not focusing on the Dragons and Whelps. So, for example, if I were to take it now, all we'd get is a little bit of power for Guildmonger and a little bit of power for Pyre-Blooded. So 2 units would gain a slight attack increase, as opposed to 1, 2... Only 2 units at the moment gaining a different slight increase, but there's the potential for more for both of them. Let's take the Sizzling Firecracker anyway, because I am trying to make my smaller spells stronger. The Stygian Guard, though, the Ancient Guard of the Stygian Sea emerges once more. Mystical sirens and ancient totems work together to eliminate the hostile titans from heaven. They're another one that's real big on spell power from what I remember. So them combined with Luna Coven might be disgusting. I'm looking forward to seeing how broken that ends up getting. Let's see. I was talking about doing unit upgrades, and then I didn't end up taking the thing that makes unit upgrades better, but we did take a lot of core damage, which I expected, so we are going to go this way and get the heal. And what artifacts are we getting? Merchant costs down by 25, take that. Actually, yeah. When a unit without Pyrogel gains Pyrogel for the first time, it'll gain plus 6 stacks. So basically, if I don't Pyrogel anybody that goes up 1 floor now gets 8 Pyrogel. So they'll take 8 more damage from all sources. So we want that, and obviously 5 free armor is good. If I reroll, I can't afford, like, any artifact I would get, probably, outside of a cheapie, and the cheapies aren't that great, so I think we'll just take the 3 artifacts I bought and be happy. 3 artifacts is already pretty good. Let's get another copy of... Yeah, now is the time where we take the extra copy of the Steelworker, now that we got more space. Getting him earlier, he would have been a dead card half the game, so... it wouldn't have worked. Now we gotta go fight the stupid nerd of cherubs again. Oh, and they have the lifesteal variant. Good. Better that than the spikes, though. I would much rather them have lifesteal than all of them having spikes and pissing me off. I'm gonna go ahead and front load a little bit here, because by the time we have a problem, I'll probably be able to place a unit up here for the amount of units we have. I really need to get more deployment and power. But what we'll probably do is, off of this boss fight, I'll take the Ember increase and it'll sort all my problems out. And that may sound like wishful thinking that I'm gonna win this fight, but I'm pretty confident we'll be okay here. And based on the fact that we're just chewing right through these guys turn one without me having done anything, really, seems pretty safe to say. Let's see. So let's go ahead and just get a Shield Steward up here ahead of time, then. There's not really anything else I need to do. And as we've discussed previously, if the Guildmonger dies, oh no, I got paid, what a shame. Uh-oh. That actually changes things badly. You may have noticed that the banana blew up. I just lost 10 attack on everybody, because it's every combat that it has a 10% chance of disappearing. So, that changes the dynamic a little bit. But we're still fine. Actually, I'm gonna put the Hell Furnace up here. This is when they're guaranteed to get Pyrogel, so I don't have to force Pyrogel into being. So now every time they go up a floor, specifically to floor 2, they'll get 2 Pyrogel from this, then another 6. So that's already 8, and then this puts them up to 11 Pyrogel for free. They're gonna just have a bad day. And this guy doesn't matter once all of his friends are dead, so he can just vibe there. We'll just send a Spearman to chew up Kale a little more. And start building up Pyrogel on Kale, actually. There we go. That guard up there is having trouble, but it'll be okay. We have a spare. Okay, we are cutting through this configuration just fine. We'll give you the armor to compensate for the damage you're going to take. Now, put the Pyre-Blooded here because of the amount of Pyrogel that's going to come into play if any decent amount of enemies make it up here. That'll be huge power for whoever's in front. We'll hold the Shield Steward in case this one falls. Or he falls, either one. And we're just gonna throw a bunch of damage at Kale. Bam, 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 bam. Just give me more power. Yep, there's the other merged equipment. Give that to him, because now they both have slay bonuses. And we'll give you the Mind Cage so that you benefit from being able to empower more often. In fact, 18 Pyrogel? Sure. This guy's gonna live. That's fine. It'll be a real shame when he goes up one floor and suddenly takes more than his health bar in damage from even a single damage hit. Especially since he just got a bunch of Pyrogel from the Revenge. Which actually, yeah, that modifies the situation a bit because they take the Pyrogel from the lava armor first. So it's kind of 6 in one, half dozen the other there. Pyre Chomper. Just go ahead and sneak you in up here. And now I don't need to worry about using my bonus there to do alchemy. I can just do it for free. Go ahead and chuck the imp down here for fun. Yeah, sure. Kaboom! He gets his harvest bonus, but that's fine. He's not going to survive to do much. And just keep giving you more Pyrogel. This shield steward dies, but oh no, what a shame. My replaceable unit has perished. Perfect. This is a mess right here. I don't like this. Here, die. Okay, so other than that, everything's kind of fine. Just in case we don't get another guy up there anytime soon, we'll go ahead and give you a little bit of extra shielding so you can hold. More Pyrogel on you, keep hitting you with magic. Just keep going pew pew until he dies. There's nobody up here with Pyrogel, so I don't want to have you do your thing yet. $133 per hit. How much damage do you do on hit? Yes. Oh, now I have a choice to make. Do I put the guard down here when the Guildmonger dies, or do I put the guard up here? I don't anticipate anything making it past even the second floor. So here's what I'm gonna do, and it's gonna sound stupid. I'm gonna go ahead and greed this floor and kill the Guildmonger myself, so I get the money. The other two lose some of their armor, but that doesn't matter. Wow. Now I play that, and everything works out just fine. If this backfires on me, I fully accept the charges for my life decisions. There we go, give him a nice 60 E4 attack. I need to play with the Pyre-Blooded more. They are kind of scary. Like that constantly scaling attack boost is pretty nice. It takes a few turns to kick off, but when it does, of course, you know, that's already ridiculous enough. Taking out tank enemies one by one and one hit at a time. And give you a friend. Go ahead and eat the imp. Yep, bye-bye. Keep fire startering you, give you more armor, because you are about to take a ton of damage there. Go ahead and flicker. We win anyway, but what if I won harder? And this is why I wasn't worried about him reaching any floor other than the first one. We have just too much damage front-loaded down here for him to make it past the first floor. That's always my goal, is if I can stop the boss of a wave on the first floor, I'm happy. Superheated Hell Furnace and Impalate. If this didn't cost 3, I'd be down for this, especially since we have a means of generating a bunch of Pyrogel. But if we just put more Hell Furnaces down... Yes. We have 3... Now we'll hold. Oh yeah. This happens when the Gross Michael gets destroyed. You find yourself once again in a colorful vortex. A familiar face emerges from the expanse. It's Jimbo the Joker. The deck of cards is gone, and instead the Joker deals to you a single card. It seems like you lost the other one. Here, take this one on the house. Do you take the Joker's card? You get the Cavendish. Non-champion friendly units gain 3 times base attack. After every round of combat, there's a 1% chance for this artifact to be destroyed. So basically, if you're willing to take the gamble of the banana being destroyed, you can actually gain ridiculous power. Because it's 3 times everybody's attack value now. Yeah. You take the Cavendish card. Now, if you don't understand what that meant, I'll just let you have a look. 30 damage on the Guildmonger. 55 on the Horned Warrior. 15 on the Pyre-Blooded, not too exciting. 3 damage for the Imps. 24 for the Stewards. 42 for the Spear Stewards. 44 on the Steelworkers. Because I think it only does triple their base attack value, not their modified attack value. And then their bonuses go on top. If it was 3 times modified attack, it would be insane. I could modify my spells a lot or modify my units a bit. I think I'm going to modify the spells a lot. I think that's the better choice right now. Multi-strike 2 for you? Ooh, I forgot that he just keeps gaining more and more multi-strike and becomes disgusting as part of his upgrades. Because he had the multi-strike increases, I think, in the first game too. He was one of my favorite basic leaders to use because he just chews through enemies. Rage 4 and armor 15 is nice, but... And it does give him better base stats, but no. More multi-strike. Just have him keep hitting. Thing is, spikes are going to be the bane of his existence. Because he's just going to rip himself apart on the spikes. That's the one thing we're going to have to watch out for. Arcus, Angel of Darkness, approaches the train. His once powerful form now crackles with Titan corruption. I mean no harm. The Titan's grasp is suffocating. If you help me, I will grant something powerful in return. You could offer the warmth of your pyre, but it would require a large sacrifice to fully cleanse him. Do you offer your pyre's warmth to this former enemy? Because he was one of the bosses along the way up in the first game. If we give him 10 health, we have a 50-50 on getting an artifact. 10's really not that bad, so absolutely I'll give him the 10. And we got Fyra's Inferno. Dragons apply 5 Pyrogel on strike. Not too crazy, but it will be useful. You offer up some of the Pyre's warmth to the Cursed Angel, partially cleansing their body of the Titan curse. You offer more of your Pyre's warmth to this former enemy. We can offer another 10 for another 50-50. Why not? We didn't get anything that time. And how about a third time? Nothing. You'll notice the price is going up. But I'm gonna give it one more shot. Nope, we didn't get anything. Oh, never mind, it worked out. You offer up some of the Pyre's warmth to the Cursed Angel. At long last, Arcus stands before you, fully restored. His wings stretch wide and his form radiates with a dark celestial glow, free from the Titan's grasp. You have freed me, and thus I owe you a debt. Take this. He offers you an artifact forged from shadow, glowing with his same dark presence. We gain the Looming Dark Shard. When you draw a Blight or Scourge, gain 1 Ember and draw a non-Blight or Scourge card. So basically cycles Blights out of the way. I'm very much down for that, actually. I never actually succeeded in this, because the last time I had the price increase pop up there, I stopped paying, because I couldn't afford it. It's good to know you actually get a decent reward from him. You take the artifact, and before you have a chance to look up, you see Arcus trudging down the path alone. He's off to do his own thing. Well, that was pretty rewarding. We are not in great shape for health now, but we'll be okay. I could actually grab a Holy Stone, but it doesn't heal for much, is why I'm always kind of meh on that. Decrease cost by 1... Sure, we'll make one of these fire starters nice and cheap. That should work out reasonably well. Remove consume... Sure. We'll make alchemy not consume. That might bite me later, is why I'm iffy on that. We want our flicker to do real damage, so we'll do that. Holdover. Holdover means you get another copy of the card put on top of the deck when you use it. So we'll actually put that on... On what? Put it on the upgraded Fortify. His 10 armor on multiple turns is useful. Frozen, I'm not super big on. It means the card will stay in your hand from turn to turn. Actually, no. Put it on the alchemy. This way, I can play it on a turn where I'm comfortable using it. I was gonna put the consume on it. That might have been a better choice because I now have nothing that's fully worth putting this on. But we'll just make this fire starter free, just like the other one. And we'll put 21 damage on this flicker and make it consume. There you go. And we'll go ahead and purge a card out. Start cleaning some space. Important work is still somewhat a dead card because we only have 2 imps, but it can be useful sometimes. We have enough space for all the stewards at the moment, so I don't want to purge any of those. I really don't know what to purge at the moment. No, I think I just won't purge anything still. 35's kind of hefty, but it's workable hefty. I wish I could reroll again to get more effects done, but it's fine. This means we have some extra money stacked up. Whoa. 200 hit point enemy on every floor. That's gonna block up the works. Do I think I can weather that and actually chew through it? On the first floor, with all the guys we're gonna have stacked there, probably. Everywhere else, though, it's gonna be a problem. So if they get past the first floor, we're in trouble. Because we're already injured. But the floor we have coming up guarantees us a Merchant of Trinkets, and it's either a Merchant of Steel or Arms. We would probably go for the Merchant of Steel because we haven't done enough unit upgrades yet. And I would like to have some more unit upgrades before Seraph. So he is the SAP version, which isn't terrible, and we do get money going this way, so I think 325 is going to be enough to buy everything we'd want, so I'm not risking it. Those prayer stones with their 200 hit points are painful. Oh, it's one of my favorite songs. Excellent. I don't know what it is about this song, but I just really enjoy it. Like, there's just something about it that just hits right. It worked out before, but I think they do have guys that can skip the queue, so we'll go ahead and put these 2 up here as a safety net. And we'll just hope that in the 10 cards we get, the other guy pops back up again. He did, but we have a lot of other things to spend our power on here, so we might not do that. Yeah, this guy does silence, right? That's why he sucks. Because he's going to be showing up like every round. We still clean house just fine, but his silence is kind of annoying. We could just blow him up. Oh no, we'd blow these 2 up and he'd live, but he'd guaranteed die. Go ahead and give you the merged equipment as usual, because you need it. I think I just wait on the Pyre-Blooded a little longer. Well, actually, no, I don't really have a reason to wait on the Pyre-Blooded. It's a shame that the Mind Cage and the Pyre-Blooded came up together, since they're the ones I would want to combine. But it's fine. Just put you in... These guys have spell shields, so they straight up can't be hurt by magic, otherwise I just flicker this whole wave away. Yeah, I think I just wait now, because I don't want to burn our consumable fire starter. Or on weaklings like that. Thing is, we don't get the rage bonus or anything from that wave, which kind of sucks. But as you can see, we're weathering just fine. Yeah, we wiped the floor with this wave too, so it's not really an issue. So let's go ahead and put one of you in place here. This way he can start building up armor from the Steelworker. Once he has a bunch of armor built up, he should be able to take over for the Guildmonger when Guildmonger dies. And we're actually going to go ahead and just alchemy here. I shouldn't have alchemied on this floor because I forgot that they incant an attack bonus, but it doesn't hurt anybody significantly, so it's fine. We'll just balance it out by killing those 2. And just pretend I didn't make a mistake. I could have undone that, but that's coward's play. I try to accept my mistakes in games like this where it doesn't completely ruin things. Why did I play him? I just realized that was very pointless. But it's fine. And keep with the plan we had, because I have another Hell Furnace I can put down here later. Oh, this guy is an issue. Because he's got a healer with him. These guys should be able to handle him when he comes up, though. So we'll weaken the healer. No, that was a mistake. I did the stupid again. Nope, I'm accepting it. I made the mistake. We live with it. This is recoverable, so we just accept our mistake. Because the thing is, more of them surviving means more Pyrogel to make the guy in the back there stronger. So it's honestly fine. See, now he gains a 39 attack boost, which solves the problem. Okay, there's nobody that's going to incant here, so I can make up for some of the loss there. Let's go ahead and explode you. Oh, hey, there's the other Hell Furnace. Perfect. Let's go ahead and flicker to get rid of the silencer there. Yeah, because that sets him up to take more damage. Goddamn hiccups. If I damage all of you, yeah. My own Spear Steward dies and ruins my plans. And they would also gain an attack boost, which makes everything worse here. It's just a bad idea all around. Greed here. I don't want to greed here because it sets them up for failure. Greeding up here doesn't do anything except hurt myself and not even get me money for it. It's just a waste. This hand just sucks. Yeah, the healer floating up alone is a non-issue. They'll get up to the core, or if I don't kill them sooner than that, and straight up do nothing. Let's see. Molting Imp cleans out the chaff from this floor without triggering the healer to buff anything. Yeah. Boom! Now he dies, the healer somehow gains health, probably because they don't die and then they heal. But that's a non-issue. We do have holdover on this, so it doesn't matter if I play this. So we'll just get another copy of it next turn. And that'll keep him alive a little longer. We don't want him dying too soon. Which may sound like an absurd sentence, but it's true. Like, it may sound like a weird concept to have it just be a matter of too soon for them to die, rather than us not wanting them to die at all. I could Pyrogel him up, but there'd be no point. Now comes the boss. Which she can be a nightmare in and of herself. Considering every time I play a spell, she's gonna incant spikes for everything that's in here. And we can't use an AoE spell to clear these guys because they all have spell protection. And since she summons the Prayer Stone when she spawns in, we have a 325 health wall in our way. And we did not stack up nearly as hard this time, since these two didn't get as much killing done. We can chew through 160 of that straight off, though, and sweep the board this way. That's still not great. Actually, I'm gonna undo for a second because I just had an idea. This is one of the rare times I'm gonna do that because mathing this out is gonna be vitally important to us getting through this one. Okay, no, it doesn't have armor. I thought it had armor, that's why I was gonna re-roll to throw Hornbreak first. That's still 62... If I 62 it twice, that generates more spikes, but I think it dies to Wrath at that point. No, because that only puts it down to 201. If I'd Pyrogelled first... Sorry, I'm gonna sit here and lab out some math here. Just bear with me on this one. Because this will be faster than me sitting there doing mental calculations. So we Pyrogel them first, so they take more damage. That's 42 each, so that's 84. Yeah, that'll get it killed. They'll all have spikes, which will hurt us. But now we broke through that, so she takes more damage. The reason why the damage gets weird on her at the end here, in case people are wondering, is because a lot of people are going to die to the spikes pretty quickly. Because there's now 12 points of spikes between her and any of us. If I put 15 more armor on either of my attackers, though, that generates 2 more spikes per enemy. So I don't think that actually matters. I think we still equalize as far as that goes, so I don't think it's worth it. I think we are better off just stacking up here and just accepting the fact that we're losing the first floor this time. Because we'll have a decent chunk of Pyrogel to boost the guy in the back to make sure we win this. Yeah, you also have to remember she does 45 damage individually herself. And that's where it becomes an issue. And she resummons the statues, which I forgot. Her resummoning the statue might actually make this a failure. I forgot about that. Yeah, because you do 93 now, which gets us through. But she goes, bop, you're dead. Bop, you're dead. Bop. Bop, you're dead. Bop. Bop, you're dead. Not counting the spikes. Oh, I think I fucked it. I think I fucked it real bad here. I think this is worth it for the 1 more spikes each of them get. She takes a ton of damage from this. I don't think the individual torches are worth it, though. Actually, that would give her 6 spikes. No, I think that is worth it. I don't think that kills anybody any earlier. Yeah. You'll notice the damage she's taking didn't change, so that helps chip her down a bit, but we are probably hosed. I'm gonna go ahead and get the alchemy out of the hand anyway, just in case. Actually, getting the alchemy out of the hand was a terrible idea now that I think about it. Because getting that out of the hand means I can draw it again. Our biggest problem is I don't... Yeah, no, we lose because she's gonna hit the core once. I've ruined this, actually. I've thrown this run because I miscalculated. Oh, that's the worst thing. This is why she's such a problem. She has a ton of health, she does decent damage, and she keeps getting stronger. Is the prayer stones buff her the longer they live. Which is disgusting. But every time you hit them, they also buff her. It's just a no-win scenario. I may as well just end this turn and accept the loss, because I can't turn that one around at this point. That's such a shame. Just a little bit of sloppy play is all it takes to ruin these sometimes. Right side, we're gonna get a bunch of score to get the Hellhorn level up. March of Shields, which gives armor to somebody and moves them forward. Ashes of the Fallen, summon triggers an additional time. Ooh. That'll be great for the imps. Oh, it was only 1 level, though. Sad. But we gained the Stygian Guard, so we can actually get a new faction up in here. That's kind of going to be as much of my goal as I can make happen, is basically having a new faction to play each round as much as possible. So let's do that plan I was talking about, Stygian Guard and Luna Coven. Yeah, because they have a guaranteed 10 damage spell, and for those that don't know, Luna Coven is very good at granting Conduit, which increases spell power. Stygian Guard also, I seem to recall, have a bunch of cards that give spell power in their normal deck. I do like the Across Reservation, and especially if we're going to be doing spell spam, we're probably going to want that. I'm not a big fan of Tethys Titan's Bane, from what I remember of what their upgrades are. But we'll play it anyway, because this is the way around I want to do it this time. And it's a new hero. They may have new upgrades that make them a bit better. Oh, that's perfect, actually. This is perfect. Because getting units with Incant on my side will be huge, and those Moon Pixies are going to give us so much conduit we can do terrifying damage. And one of my favorite spells is right here, the Helical Crystallis. 70 damage by default for 2, but with every bit of conduit, it's going to do even more. We are going to just chew through things with the power of magic. Lost Luggage would be nice, but I'm going to take the Versatile Ember Staff because we're going to be casting a lot of stuff. Sweep is really good, but spells on Tethys' floor being cheaper and having conduit is going to be huge. Which I think that's not a new effect for Tethys. I think they just renamed it, because I think it used to be just called Spell Power, and then they changed it to the Conduit. But don't quote me on that. We'll go ahead and give them the Titan skin, because it should be fine. We are going to be doing that unfortunate thing where we front load a bit, but that should be okay. You guys are all really fragile, though. I should have thought that through a little more. I could undo, but I won't be able to put both of them on this floor if I change that. I'll risk it. It's gonna backfire probably, but I'll risk it. I need to learn. Yeah, because all my Frozen Lances are free, and Witchweave lets me heal, but that's still not great. Kill you, and just blast you to bits. And look at that power the Siren has already, 42 on turn 1. This is what I was talking about. Unfortunately, Tethys still dies. And that's kind of the problem I saw, is I forgot Tethys only had 5 health. So we are going to have a perpetual problem there, in that they just get chewed through. And now we lose our power bonus. Because now all these Witchweaves do 0, because these guys have Titan skin. So I've made a grievous error right off the top. Is it a recoverable error? Yes, but it's a real bad error. Okay, go ahead and put the Moon Pixie down. There's enough conduit down here will allow them to survive. I don't want to burn my Helical Crystallises. Actually, no, they're not burned either way, but it's such a waste. I'm better off healing you, because that also incants. In fact, just keep casting those on you so you hit harder. Sure. And then... Oh, right! Since it does it twice, it's gonna kill both of them, actually. You know what? Die. Fuck you. That's for killing Tethys. And now the final wave. So yeah, we'll be okay. In fact, here, more conduit. Yeah, go ahead and use this to kill... What? Oh, right, this is Frozen Lance, not the other one. That was a waste. Yeah, that does more damage. There you... And there we go, we win. The power of overpowered magic. Just hit them for yes with every spell I cast. Oh. Why do I see a ping here? Oh, it's a pole. Okay. Deal with that later. Now let's see. Offering Token is fairly nice for cycling. Titan's Gratitude could be good, because Attune means it's 5 times all your conduit and such, so it's very powerful. You have to throw a card away for it. Flash Freeze I think is gonna be the better choice, because Frostbite's a good dot. Sure, more Moon Pixies. We'll just stack all the conduit and do stupid things here. I desperately need something with a health bar, though. Hey, look, something with a health bar. A Guard of the Unnamed. Get us a Shark Boy. In fact, we can put Titanite on our Shark Boy. Yeah, now he takes half damage. Yes. Yeah. We will give the Siren some more health, though, because of all those things I was talking about that reach over and past your guards and ruin your day are gonna be kind of important. I could give somebody Endless. Actually, there's a thought here. I put Endless on one of the Moon Pixies, and then I put the Moon Pixie in the front so that the Moon Pixie gets killed, and then they keep being playable to grant more conduit. You see the vision? You see the vision here? I like this idea. You play a Pixie, the Pixie dies. Play a Pixie again, the Pixie dies again. Just an endless loop of infinite annoyance. We cannot take the -1 Ember here, though. That is gonna end in tears. Okay, so Guard, Tethys, Siren, that's perfectly fine. This is gonna be disgusting once some spells start getting slung. And then we got guards everywhere. Alright. I can't fit a Moon Pixie in here anymore is gonna be the only downside, so we're gonna not gain damage bonuses as quickly. But we got plenty of spells to sling anyway. We can build up power up here in case we need it. So, you die. And you die. And you take damage. And you take damage. And now everybody dies, except me. The joy of ridiculous magical power. Okay, that's the Endless one, so we'll put that one up front. Bye. Goodbye. Like, it may seem like these spells are wastefully being cast, but they're not wasted at all because they're giving double value since they're giving incant effects to both of them. And we'll just put a Spear Steward up here. We're stocked up on troops. Like, everything is working out. Refresh Bite's actually bad for me because I can't cast as many spells. I guess I'll just heal you even though you have no damage on you. There you go. Enjoy that. And, yeah. I can't fit another Moon Pixie in anywhere because the other one didn't die. I am probably going to purge one of the Pixies because I don't need 3 of them if one of them is Endless. I'm going to Flash Freeze you, hit you with that, hit you with this. This is why Incant as an effect is ridiculous. Is it does stupid broken things on both sides. The thing I gotta watch out for is the moment an enemy has Incant, I am going to shoot myself in the foot. Grievously and repeatedly, because I'm going to want to get my own incant effects off, but I have to make sure to balance that with what the effects they get. And that's where the scary part's going to be. Ooh, Mollusk Mage with 10 conduit's pretty nifty. He's also small, so he can fit in anywhere. The thing is, he's real weak. That's the dangerous thing about having these two factions together in particular, is most units in both these factions are so fragile. Though this Glacial Seal, I think, is new, and boy does this sound disgusting. Just 2 damage over time applied to all enemy units with every incant. Ooh, they're both so tempting. Yeah, I think I'll actually take the Glacial Seal. I have absolutely nasty ideas in mind for that. And we'll take Silver Strike because it's really good. Let's see. Arms and health. Now, let's grab a Luna Coven unit in the hopes that we can get a tanky unit. I've not actually used Moonguard before, but they could be really good. Every bit of magic power on the floor makes them stronger. And in a new moon, they gain it twice. So that could be huge. Nightingale's fun too with the multi-strike and stealth, but I've not used moon guards at all, so take that. We can make a unit larger. Oh, we can make a unit smaller though. Make the guard of the unnamed small. Tiny shark. Yes, tiny shark guards the tiny people. And then we can fit a moon pixie into their floor and start doing horrific things. Yes, yes, I like this plan. I like the absolute nightmare I've created here. I don't actually want extra attack on anybody particularly. I do, however, want to give the Moon Guard more health. Yes. Because I had to pick between the two. What's this event got for me? Oh, the mirror. An ornate mirror stands alone, unanchored to any wall or frame. Its glass ripples like some sort of portal. Curious, you pick up a small piece of scrap and toss it towards the mirror. The glass shimmers as the scrap disappears without a trace, until two identical pieces of scrap come hurling back out. Seems this mirror can be used to multiply your forces. How will you use the mirror? We can either copy one card one time, or we can copy one card 5 times. I've not actually done the 5 times before, because doing that was very risky any of the times I've had that come up. What do I want 5 copies of, though? I could just have an army of tiny sharks that gain armor. But I think that's actually a terrible idea. I think putting it on a unit is actually like a horrific idea, because I'm not gonna have any room. Instead, actually, I'm going to put it on my Witch Weave and double the amount of Witch Weaves we have. This is a pure advantage from Incant, because they're all free. Using the mirror as much as you can, you manage to make 5 copies until it shatters into pieces. Once you've gained the desired copies, you begin to wonder, which one's the original? Could it still be there inside the glass? The train rumbles. There's no time for such questions. There's a war to fight. We got a war to win, boys. Yeah, I've done silly things here with this idea, but I want to see what happens. Okay, we got the pyre attacking version, which is kind of fine. It's not as fine in this setup, but it should be okay. The thing is, this basically means I can't play the Moon Guard right now because it'll leave a floor exposed. We'll play the Moon Guard later. Or when he comes back up, which is not going to be great either because he costs 2 Ember. The thing is, if I place any of these Spear Stewards, I can't play any of the other units I have, so we're gonna hold on that idea. Witch Weave you away. Witch Weave you away. And you. And now he'll come out of that with 3 health and die on the next floor, so that's perfectly fine. Okay. I may start purging my Spear Stewards. Might even start purging the Shield Stewards too, as we go. So I have more unit space. Okay, this is the Endless Pixie, so you go sit out in front and have a miserable death. You go ahead and go over there to give him some conduit in case we need it. I really wish I hadn't drawn the Glacial Seal at the same time, because I would love to put it down here after this Pixie gets obliterated. This is gonna be where a lot of spell casting happens. Speaking of, die. Die. There we go. And he's gonna take some extra damage after his turn ends anyway. So we'll just hold on to the Glacial Seal for now. That's kind of gonna be the problem, is we're gonna have a bunch of dead unit cards now and then, which are gonna cause us some minor problems. But I think it'll overall be okay. The Endless one just pops right back up, though, because it gets put on the top of the pile when they die. So we can just put them right back out front again and get more conduit. Wait. You should have... Oh, right, the Endless version loses effects, though. I forgot. That actually doesn't work. I think they lost their enchant when they die. Because we should have had more conduit than this. I did something wrong. I don't entirely understand what I've done wrong, but I've done something wrong. Yeah, you're fine up here. We can use so that you die. Is we can Helical Crystallis so that both of them will die. You still die, so you clear the space. Heal you for one of these, and then blast you with the other. And there you go. Nice and easy. I could have healed the other steward as well, but I have no spell power up there, so he wouldn't heal for any real worthwhile amount. Yeah, the conduit... Yeah, it still says it has Enchant Conduit 3. So why didn't they get Conduit 3? Oh yeah, they did. Oh, yeah, no, that's me. It's not that Endless is the problem. I misunderstood the mechanic. That's on me. Enchant only works while they're still there. It doesn't grant them the buff permanently. If it granted them the buff permanently, then my plan would have worked, but I misunderstood it. That's a botch on my part. So actually having them die and keep recurring is useless. This is actually just basically an annoyance for myself instead of for the enemy. But we'll still put the pixie back to get the conduit. We'll just put her in her proper place in the back of the team to make sure she doesn't die again. This won't kill, but it is a free incant. Do I need it up here anywhere? No, not really. I could have used it for some extra Archeon damage, but this will be more beneficial anyway. I am probably going to grab the unit space increase here, just so I can stack more benefits on this floor and start going real full ham with it. You get the Frostbite because you're going to live long enough to take the damage over time and have it be meaningful. You just die in general. You could do with some healing. So we'll go ahead and heal you for the damage you're going to take this turn, even though we don't get an incant from it. We'll do this just for the armor and attack. There you go. Because now he'll get popped pretty easily, and then Archeon takes the overflow. What I really need now is to get trample for my Siren, so that when she gets like 100 or so attacks, she just cuts through an entire wave. Oh, it's not a full moon. Damn it. It won't fire twice. That'd be so good if it fired twice. This is under control, so I don't need to toy with that. Bang. 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 Goodbye. Magic is ridiculous. On the bright side, we're also doing a lot of healing in this run, so we should get the Awoken pretty quickly. And the Awoken and the Underlegion together are probably going to be horrifying. Or Awoken and the Lazarus League would probably be ridiculous as well. Sap and Frostbite from the Spike of Stygian. Okay. Duality could be nice. Tidal Turning. 20 health to all friendly units, and it gives armor. That could be really good. The only problem is it is expensive. That's why I've never taken this spell so far, is because it costs 3. It's basically your entire turn going into casting the spell. And that's why I'm just never that sold on Tidal Turning. But on the basis I was just talking about with getting the Awoken, we'll go ahead and do that. Cold Kalia is real good because of Sweep, because it will also spread Frostbite. Icy Silophyte also has Sweep and gives spell weakness, though. Both of these are really good to have. Well, actually, no, we're gonna gain some more space, so that'll work, actually. We can put one of these two in, or we can put another Siren down. I'm gonna take one of the ones with Sweep, though. Keep the variety up. Is while I could just spam a bunch of the same copies of the same unit, that's just not as much fun. And in my opinion. We'll go over here and buff our spells, because our spells are basically our main shtick at the moment. Make a spell cheaper. We could make Tidal Turning only 2. But it's smarter, I think, to make one of the Helical Chrysalis only cost 1, because we can cast it for free on the same floor that Antithis is on. And we could make a spell cost 1 less and make it intrinsic. Intrinsic, by the way, means you gain it on your first turn. And guaranteed. Oh. Is there anything I would want to have intrinsic? Like guaranteed first turn? I could have this cost 2 and have it be intrinsic. This way I get it out immediately and get the armor as a guarantee. Actually, yeah, I like that idea, because it also gets the card out of the deck and out of the way. But spell power and it's 30 armor? Or I give it spell chain, but I wouldn't be able to afford to spell chain it. And the spell chained version goes away after the first turn it exists. Make this cost 1 in spell chain? Yeah, actually that's a very good idea. We lose out on getting the spell power bonus here, but I think much more power there is a good idea. Cost 2 less, or have Frostbite on Strike. I'm thinking I'm gonna take this, actually as much for the more conduit as anything else, but all damage spells costing 2 less basically means all of my damage spells are free on his floor. Yeah, I think I have to take that. Now, what do I want another copy of? Probably not any of the Witch Weaves. I think 10 copies of Witch Weave is probably plenty. That may, in fact, be enough Witch Weaves. Now, I actually think I take a duplicate of the Guard of the Unnamed. This way, we have a small guard for the second floor as well, or the third floor, depending on where I want him to be. This nightmare. We don't really have a ton of attack power, but we can magic down a lot of things. What's on the next floor? Trinkets or magic. An armory or a horde. I'm not really going to want another duplicate, though, so I'm probably going to go this way, but we did just have a Merchant of Magic. But I could always do with more magic upgrades at the rate we're going here. I have a bad feeling about this, but I'm gonna do it. Okay, so Shark, Siren, Tethys, Gold Kalia, and we're just not gonna worry about the third floor for the second. Which sounds like a bad idea, but we have Sweep, so we can kill off the weak things at the back. Guaranteed. I could put the Glacial Seal down, or the Pixie. I feel like the Pixie's a better idea here, because we'll do flat more damage with everything we do. Because, remember, it's 3 conduit per unit that's in this floor, so it's gonna be 12 more conduit in reality. Plus the 3 from the Pixie itself, so that's 15. So now Frozen Lance, for example, does 29. And all of our Witch Weaves do 20. We can also get 39 armor for everybody. Which basically means they're not getting rid of anybody on this floor. This floor is now indestructible. Now we chew him down so that he doesn't escape this floor, and all of our problems are solved. Something we're really going to want to do is get some strength for the Cold Kalia, so that the sweeps do real damage. Go ahead and put a dude up here. Clear you out. Weaken you down, you die now. Nobody's hurt, so just kill you just for sake of the incants. And we'll go ahead and give you a Moon Pixie to hang out with. These turns are going to be slower because I have to sit here and figure out what I want to cast sometimes, but I do like this. Ooh. I don't even need this Flash Freeze, because now he dies. And kill you for sake of... Like, these are free spells, so I basically should just cast them every turn I get them. Actually, yeah, this doesn't consume or anything, so there you go. Just keep getting more power. Honestly, the sweeper is unnecessary. I don't even need the Cold Kalia here. This was actually kind of wasteful to put them there. Is anything that would take damage from Frostbite probably would cause me a problem, because they would move to the next floor and heal. You know, the power of hindsight kicking in. And all of our attack spells being free is just disgusting. Basically, the only thing that's going to survive first contact with my forces is probably going to be the boss. Everything else is going to get blasted. Go ahead and give you a Moon Guard to play with up here, too. And you know what? How about another Pixie? If anything makes it up here, it's going to have to contend with 30 spell power. Or on a Moon Guard that's just going to wallop things. So this guy does incant Corruption. So this is going to be one of those cases where we have issues. Why is everybody taking 40 straight off? Oh wait, yeah, because it's not immediate 40. It's back and forth, and then they take the 40 over time. I don't need to do anything, and I probably shouldn't do anything. I'm just gonna pretend I don't have cards in my hand. If I touch any of those, I might ruin everything. And this way y'all get to see Frostbite stacking in action as well. As you can see, the dot just keeps going higher and higher, kind of like the Corruption on us goes higher and higher. He's getting a taste of his own medicine of a different flavor. We are gonna be here for a minute unless I turn the speed up, though, but let's just let him suffer. I hate this enemy anyway. Yeah, as you see, we did take some casualties, but he ain't making it through that floor. 5-3 sap, discard a card. Deal 1 damage to a random enemy unit 5 times for 1. With all the spout power we're getting, Ice Storm is going to be funny. But a free Frostbite 8 to all enemies on a floor is pretty good, too. Moonbeam. Arguably, I should grab the Moonlit Glaive, but as you can see, I have mastered that card. It does have the gold border, so I don't really want to use it again. I'm instead going to take the Glittering Draught because it gives Conduit. Let's see. As we discussed, I'm going this way. Swift Steel Dagger's nice. New Moon effects are always active. That could actually be huge for our Moon Guard, so he always has double full power. Yeah. Let him cook, let him cook. I do need to get more silent units for that to be particularly useful. Get a load of this guy. The Historian has set up his carriage near the rail. Inside open crates, you catch glints of various artifacts scavenged from remnants of trains long past. You possess artifacts have yet to get to my collection. Can I take one? Of course, I'll trade you for it. You give an artifact to the Historian's records. So I can give him the versatile Ember Staff and get 2 random artifacts, or I get the Historian's Razor 10 attack, but I lose 1 attack for every non-boss artifact I own. And I'm gonna end up buying a lot of artifacts, almost certainly, so we'll trade. I'm not really getting much out of the versatile Ember Staff anyway. I got the Astrologer's Ori, so the first time it becomes a full moon, gain 1 Ember, so if I ever get anything with Moon Phase, that's gonna be huge. And Train Stewards gain the Boom ability, so they can just explode to deal 50 damage. Okay, I could skip it for 50 gold, and no, we'll take it because I will probably still use them. You hand over an artifact as the Historian gives you 2 more. Urzel used to be the one to collect these relics, but you know, and now that task falls upon me. Anyways, thank you. Double stack. 8 conduit? 8 conduit. Spell chain? Give somebody 16 conduit for 2? Or I make it free. Now, I think I actually spell chain one of my Witch Weaves. And we make the Glittering Draught free. And then we give Ice Storm 11 damage by default. Yes, 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 yes. Cost 2 less in consume. No, I don't do 2 less in consume because nothing is gonna benefit from 2 less. But what if we did 31 damage to a random unit 5 times? Not taking into account spell power. Actually, I should purge a card. I have enough to purge a card. Let's get rid of something. Eeny, meeny, miny, that guy. Goodbye. And we now have absolute 0 gold, which is unfortunate, but we'll be fine. This bunch with 1 less Ember? No. I need all my Ember. Well, I don't always, but sometimes I do, and it does affect your deployable Ember too, which would... that's where the actual issue would be. Is it would be much harder to do my nonsense if I can't stack up and set up this whole mess at the beginning. Go ahead and give y'all a pixie to boost your power again. Go ahead and get all that armor at the start. These guys have reanimates, so they're gonna be annoying to get rid of. Go ahead and put a pixie up here. Give you frostbite because you're gonna survive this round. Yeah, I think I honestly just set that guy up for future failure. And the frostbite will take care of the reanimator guys. His next floor, they go up, fight those guys, and die. And of course, I pulled a glacial seal right after placing a pixie there. We'll put it here this time, just in case we need it. Which right now, you are gonna survive, and I don't appreciate that. Perish. Let's see. This guy does and can't sap, which is gonna kind of ruin my plans here. So I think I actually just skip out on doing anything down here this turn, which really sucks, but I think that's just where it's gonna be right now. So we kill him. This way that guard boosts his armor. And we're just gonna have to do some extra work on the second floor to keep it clear next turn. Right side, Frostbite's gonna do some work. Let's see. We Glittering Draught you because I can. Let's see. It's only 10 damage. Thing is, the sapping is gonna be an issue here too, actually. Is that guy moved up? So let's just kill him, and then we'll deal with the Zealot on the next floor. which is not going to be great, but it'll be workable. And we'll instead just stack some more incant down here. And we'll put a steward up there to make sure that when they get up there, it's not as much of a problem. We are going to get buried in action symbols down there by the turn counter because of the fact that I'm going to have so many stewards that can explode just kicking around. Oh, balls. Why does this guy have to exist? Yeah, they'll die. He doesn't die. Pixie makes sure that this is going to work out better. He's still not going to die, but this ensures that the core is protected. Because the core will take 16 and then shoot him. Or I could have this guy explode, but then most of our damage is gone. Of course, it didn't land on the guy I wanted it to. Why wouldn't it? I think it hit the reanimator 3 times, which meant it wasted basically all that power. The reason why the sap's a problem is now for 2 turns, these two do 0 damage. The good news is they already didn't do much damage, so it's not really a major ordeal. He's guaranteed to die, so I don't need to worry about him. Oh yeah, we never put the Moon Guard anywhere, huh? Because he just didn't happen to show up at the right time. Well, we'll put the Eclipse Chamber here to see it anyway. Okay, just makes a little eclipse over the door. And we're just gonna heal you just for the incant. And then do it again. We really did not get much incant here this time because of all of their incant getting in my way. It's a new moon, so this is nowhere near as good. Can blow you up, basically, so let's just go ahead and do that. We're already winning the fight anyway. This is mostly just spite again. It really is seeming like I didn't actually need the Ember from the core, but there could end up being a case where I end up needing it. So I wouldn't say that it was a waste to have this core, but it hasn't been necessary so far. There we go. The setup is working. Titan's Tooth is pretty nifty. If you discard it, it actually plays it. So it'll deal 5 damage to all enemies and give them all 10 Frostbite if I use it for any of those cards that remove something from your hand. But I think actually I'm going to take the Guardian Stone. Yeah. And we get a Planetarium. Very good. Everybody will have 8 Conduit on the right setup. We'll go ahead and go this way to buff up our units a little bit and get another equipment card, I think. It's either that or we go get a bunch of equipment and get rid of some more stewards. Nah, I want to have my pirate full health. Glass cannon? Sure, glass cannon. We can put that on the sweeper and just have them destroy everything. In fact, we can give them quick. Yes. Yes. Give them a little bit of health, though, to protect against spikes. If I don't put glass cannon on them. There is one catch to the glass cannon sweep idea. And that is, once glass cannon's on them, they become fragile. And fragile means any health damage they take kills them, no matter how much health they have. So there is a gamble there. I just want to point out that I am aware that that gamble is there and that it could be a problem. But I think it'll overall be worth it. You still haven't gotten a second buff. Do I want to give you just flat higher starting attack? No, I think I'll wait on that. Ordinarily, giving out attack is easy. Just give anybody I want attack. But here, it's actually a little more complicated. So I want to save an upgrade slot for the Siren, because I'm pretty sure I can get something better for her. And I don't really want these two to have it, because then they'll start attacking and getting destroyed by spikes and things, because they have no health. Howdy, Lark. How's it going? You know what? This one's endless, so even if they die randomly, they'll at least get to keep attacking. We'll go for that. Damage shield, huh? That's gonna be upsetting. But thankfully we have a ton of spells to ping damage shields off with, so it'll be fine. Understandable. And hopefully you'll actually be able to get sleep. I had so many times back when I was still working a regular day job that I would need to sleep early for an early shift, and then I sleep even less because I sit there and roll around because my entire sleep schedule gets thrown off by needing to sleep early. It's miserable. Go ahead and give all of you the armor. You're fine as you are at the moment. Because nothing else should live to end up seeing them. This only can hit front, so we'll hit him with that. Pop you with that. Do I give you a friend, or do I put him up there? I think I put him up there because Kayla's gonna appear up there at some point. And then we bop you. Set him up to be killed. There we go. Okay, the archer doesn't have reanimate on him at the minute. Planetarium is here, perfect. Boost the power a bunch, because now all 4 of them get Conduit 5, so that's 20 more spell power for everything I do. Which just means all these free spells become free delete. We're gonna give Kale the Frostbite, though, since he's gonna stick around for a while. Just make him perpetually sad. Pop that guy for 1. Pop that guy for 2. Now he dies. Pop the archer for free. And just let the cherubs walk up and get beat up by everybody else on the way through. The answer to all of my questions would end up being if I just threw glass cannon right about now. They don't actually necessarily need more conduits, so I'm actually going to give them the Glacial Seal this time so they spread Frostbite. Instead, put the Pixie here as a support for that lane. And we're going to give them the Moon Guard as well, in case there's a breakthrough up to this floor. Which can happen, as you can see here, we already have a little bit of an issue there. I'm doing alright so far. Tired today, but that's pretty par for the course for me, as we all know. Heal 54 twice. Clear him off the board. I could clear that as well, so we stop having them traipsing their way up. Yeah, there you go. This way the other floors don't have to worry about anything. Nice and easy. Yeah, something like Monster Train's also, like, ideal to play when you're tired, because you can take your time, so... It really worked out that this was one of the days I ended up tired on. If there's ever a day to be tired, it's now. Ooh, there we go, Glass Cannon. 63 sweeping damage. Perfect. Go ahead and give you the Eclipse Chamber, because now he gets his double Mage Blade bonus. And we'll give you a Shield Steward to start absorbing the damage instead. Because when the Shield Steward's gonna die, I'm just gonna have him explode. Kind of like this one's already set up to explode at need. Go ahead and give you more Conduit. Spread some frostbite around. And there we go. Nice and easy. It's a shame that I can't have the Eclipse Room and the Planetarium in the same place, so that the Silent Guard can just become absurdly powerful. Oh, the Guardian Stone would have been good down here too, for free armor for everybody. And in fact, I can't fit it anywhere I really would want it that badly, so I guess it'll live up there. You live up there too. There you go. You guys just have a fun time up there, never seeing combat probably. This is just so mean at this point. That I can just cast a couple spells and set their entire wave on fire. It's like, hey, I hope you didn't want to have anything survive. Click button, game over. Let's see, go ahead and throw the Moon Pixie up here as well. I could heal him now that the Moon Pixie's in play. And I think we will actually go ahead and do that. This way I don't have to explode him yet. Down here, we're just gonna rain hell because I can. 5 hits of 68, go. This is why I can't be given nice things like this, or I just go out of control. Unfortunately, we have no unit space left anywhere now, so this Pixie's useless. Go ahead and just obliterate that guy. Oh, did I mention... And I can just do that again. So I can just do that again. Do the same thing we did on the other floor. Heal him back up to full. Also, it's no longer an issue. And there we go. Watch as all of the enemy's plans fall apart because I suddenly shift the entire battlefield with a couple spells. Okay, now it's final round time against you, so all of the spells just go towards you. Well, except the one that has to go to the front. A 160 attack. So silly. Just beat the shit out of that annoying cherub. I would speed this up, but he deserves this. Traitorous little shit. Keep offering, discard your hand, draw another hand. That could actually be good sometimes, but for 2, I'm not into it. In fact, not even that into using duality. It's just a higher price, higher power witch weave, basically. And I have piles of witch weaves. We'll skip that one. We already have unit space. We'll take Hell's Flame this time, even though half the time we haven't even been using all of our Ember, but it'll be useful some of the time. I don't need to heal. I wouldn't mind some equipment, but I wouldn't be able to afford a ton of it. We'll go for it anyway. I don't really need damage spells costing -3. I don't have any spells that cost 3 as far as damage spells go. Conduit 12 would be nice, but I think it's time for him to start applying Frostbite. Because that'll be 15 damage over time. We don't need this heal. This heal's useless. I'm a fool, though. I'm a very big fool, because there's one very specific reason why I shouldn't have done that. And that's because there's a specific event that can pop out of this Celestial Alcove that would have put my core down to 1 health. I should have waited till after I did that. Oh, it's the Historian again. The Historian emerges from an inconspicuous library. In his hand are books that bear the symbols of the Stygian Guard, banished in Luna Coven. Entry is strictly forbidden. However, I can lend you some of its knowledge. Which clan's tome do you take from the historian? I get the unnamed tome, which applies mute to all enemy units on a floor, or I can just hang on to that. The Tome of the Lost Path, which applies flight to a friendly unit, which could be useful. Flight lets them move to any floor at any time. Fun fact about flight, by the way, that bypasses unit space limits, so you can actually put extra units on a floor. Hey there, ABC. We have the Luna Coven and the Stygian Guard at the moment. Titan skin to a single friend. Ah, there you go. You finished the sentence, and now it makes more sense. How you doing, ABC? I'm gonna take the mute, because knocking enemy abilities out is useful. You've chosen the Tome of the Stygian Guard. May the knowledge of this clan's victories and defeats aid you on your journey. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, let's see about better equipment here. Stoic Plate Mail's real nice for armor 60 and 30 health, but it would only be good again on something that I don't want the ability on anymore, so it's not super useful to me. The Enchanted Chamber would be good if I didn't have the Planetarium available. The Planetarium is just better than the Enchanted Chamber. Yeah, that sounds about par for the course, really. This would be good if I had any moon cycle options, but I don't. So I think I'm actually just gonna pitch this whole set and try for better. I did not really get anything that much better out of this patch. I mean, it depends on how clever you think you need to be to train an AI to take over the world. Arguably, it really wouldn't be that hard. Taking over the world also wouldn't really be that hard. Now, would taking over the world be worth doing? Probably not. That's a lot of work. Well, of course. Planetarium, nice and early. There we go. We got a real strong setup straight off the top. And we'll put you lot around. There we go. Now, let's see. Go ahead and put the Moon Guard up here with you, as we did before. Idle turning for starting armor. Pop the silencer so that we don't have to worry about him blocking our effects. These guys are spell shielded, so this is gonna bounce, but I'm gonna play it anyway for the incant. And we'll go ahead and put a Spear Steward up here. There you go. Nice and easy. There's gonna be a lot of repetition in my moves because there's only so many ways I can play these cards. Okay, we can get the armor this time. The Frostbite was real nice last time, and this guy can't everything to have 5 more attacks, so he needs to die immediately. I'm immediately in a miserable fire. I mean, reasonably strong, yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Not as strong as this setup could be, because I've had a little bit of misfortune in terms of what has shown up for me. Yes, yes it is. Well, roguelite, really, because you do carry some stuff over, in that you can unlock more cards, but that's as far as that goes, really. It's like you'll unlock the factions that give you different card sets and such, run to run. Oh, I forgot that you're back there. Die. Sort of, yeah. It's not exactly like that, but that's a close enough comparison. It'll make more sense once we actually get out of this run and you can see how everything's set up to start a run. But basically, you pair your factions together, one being primary, one being allied, and there's 10 clans you can pick from, so you technically have however many pairings out of the 10 options, whatever that maths out to be. And depending on which pairing you take, you get a different champion. And the 2 clans determine the 2, essentially, decks of cards you get to pick from as the run proceeds. So, to use the Spire example, it would be like if you could pick the Ironclad and the Silent at the same time and get both of their decks, but only have one of them actually out in front. Get rid of the guy that's doing the silencing. And you have to protect all 3 floors here in order to protect this core that's at the top. That core gets destroyed, the game's over. Let's see, go ahead and put that down. This is not going to do anything, but it'll trigger Incant anyway, so we'll just spam those spells. He is going to live to go to the 3rd floor, which upsets me, but we'll deal with him later. These tanky guys are just going to be a problem across the board, because we're not that strong yet. They're also intermixed with the shielded guys, so I can't actually get at them as easily, since a lot of our better attack spells are front unit only. Oh, you are up here with a lot of health because of the trial I picked, actually. Might actually be better if I just have both of them explode. Honestly, damaging him is kind of pointless because we won't be able to kill him and we won't be able to do more than 150 to him. So we're just gonna ignore him. This one, though, we can hurt a decent amount. So he'll take 167, heal most of that, and then go up here, and then we'll hopefully be able to do more to him. They are going to take 100 damage each turn with the core. They're going to do a lot of damage to the core in the process, and that's the problem. And because I'm patching these other problems out as I'm going, the bottom floor is not getting buffed as much, which is going to lead to all kinds of other problems. Like, as you can see, one of them was almost enough to kill the core. So that's where we're going to run into a major issue. Okay. He keeps getting stronger, which helps. We actually really need to deal with this guy, though. He does only have 8 attack instead of the buffed attack that the other one had, though. So he gets to hit 3 times. That's more health than our core has. He needs to die. Pixie, you're gonna help with this idea then. I don't want to burn the Moonlit Glaive up there, though. That would be foolish of me. Instead, we're actually gonna put it down here to buff you up more so you can actually cut that guy down harder. That's still not great. And since you're gonna die anyway, explode. It reduces the damage he's gonna take and it gets the Spear Steward killed, but it's the best call I've got in this situation. And I think we might actually still be up the creek here. I think I lazied a little too much and now I'm in trouble. Yep. Oh no, Frostbite saved the day there. Okay. We're good on that one, but we now have a problem with the next one to deal with here. Another Pixie. Okay, Ice Storm saves the day. Okay, so that's under control. And we win down here, so we're fine. That was very dangerous. Because I was being real silly. But we made it work. Hang off his spell shields. Give everybody a buff. Throw a mute around. Now he's muted for 5 turns, so he doesn't get his resolve effect for 5 turns. That should be perfectly fine. We just have to be very careful in the fights after this, because now we have no buffer. We have no core health to rely on. That's the danger with front-loading everything on the first floor, is if anything gets past your first floor at the late game, you start falling apart. The good news is this fight gives a lot of money. 2 sap to every enemy unit. Daze to every enemy unit is nice, but discarding my whole hand is pain. I could just play it last, though. I don't really want these, though. This one would be nice to use if I have full Ember and nothing to use it for. Is that'll probably be like 4 or 5 times 5. So it'd be 20 to 25 Frostbite. The sap would be nice because it would weaken something's attack, but the Frostbite would be better of the two. I think I just let this set go, though. We'll take Moonbeam, because I do keep ending up with a lot of times where we do have Ember left over. And there's a funny thing about a spell with X cost being made cheaper. It actually becomes X plus X amount, however much it's made cheaper. Like, if I go over toward the spell side, I could demonstrate that, but do I want things that are over here? Probably, yeah, because I need the health. This is the final battle up here, so we kind of have to commit at this point. I do still want all those pixies, even though that doesn't make the most sense to keep all of them. I kind of just need everything I have, because it took everything I had to survive that last fight. Let's check out the artifacts first. This actually... Oh, no. Manifold Mirror is great, actually. Because this will give me a planetarium on every floor. We'll take that, and then we're going to spend some money on the spells, and we'll come back there with whatever money we have left. Make a spell cheaper. Yeah, see, if I make Moonbeam cost 1 less, you'll notice it's now X plus 1. So I can guarantee an extra point on Moonbeam. Plus 20 power and consume. $55 twice? Sure. And now I can do a funny and just remove that consume, and now it just does 55. Because I don't want Tidal Turning coming back repeatedly, because that's gonna throw off my entire balance. Cost -2 in consume. I could have this be X plus 3 in consume. Sure. We might actually not have any money left for the artifacts, which is fine. Because this is a very magic heavy setup here. So we do want to have our magic be as strong as possible. Holdover, though. Do I want holdover? The answer is yes, because if I can just keep recasting this Witch Weave, I can do a lot for my incant and uses. Which of these two do I want? Double stack's only for status effects, so I think, yeah, it's only either Frostbite 16 or Mute 10. Mute 10 would be hilarious, but I think 5 is good enough. I think I want the magic power more. Make this stronger? No. I think we just base boost another Witch Weave so that I can use it on other floors if needed. Though Planetarium being applied to everything does mean I don't need it as badly, and I can't afford to reroll this and have this do anything, so this is useless to me. I am actually going to get rid of some of the extra Witch Weaves now that we've got a holdover Witch Weave and a buffed one. This way it doesn't clog the hand with only those. Alright. Final battle time. He enchants his units with Rage 3 and gives all of mine melee weakness 1, which means they take all melee attacks twice. but only the first time. So we're gonna have some danger to deal with here, but... Look, planets. They shall face the beauty of the spheres. Okay, we're set up. Yeah, that's gonna be one of the issues, though, is he's gonna kill somebody off straight up, because there's not gonna be anything I can do about that. Guardian Stone down here. Tidal turning so everybody has armor to weather the melee weakness with. And now we just start killing. Or in this case, we start damaging heavily, because this guy needs to not survive any further than absolutely necessary, or we're in trouble. In fact, since he's dying anyway, explode. Just explode, deal damage. You're not going to deal that much with your life anyway. Okay, you don't have an incant effect. I think they do. Yeah, they do have sweepers, but they're going to die from our sweeper before they get a chance to sweep. So that's perfectly fine. Give you a friend so we can start working that guy over. Actually, I'm going to give you the Moonlit Glaive, because now you go from 5 attack to 97. That's a very big buff for you, isn't it? Let's see. They all die to the sweep immediately, so I don't need to do anything to them. Hit you with magic. Hit you with some more magic. He still lives, but he barely lives, so that's fine. I'm gonna need to do something about him next turn. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna... No, don't put the Eclipse Chamber down. Because I think I'm actually gonna be better off having the spell power up there anyway. I was gonna put the Eclipse Chamber at the top and make sure that when I draw the Moon Guard again, I can put him up there. Because I'm pretty sure we're gonna draw him. Based on the way this deck's usually been drawing. Yeah, there he is right there on cue. Put him up here. We also can give him a friend, so that's taken care of without needing to burn more spells. Hit y'all with that, so that they get another buff. There's still going to be a lot of tanky enemies surviving, and we're actually in much more danger from them than we are from Seraph Eternus. But we are losing our guard down here. Everything sucks right now. This whole situation is going to be rough. We may actually have a floor where we're going to have no units left soon. His Seraph Eternus just does 30 damage to too many different spots for me to keep stopping him from doing that. And that's the problem we have here, is this setup is too fragile. That's where we're going to run into problems. But I think what I'm going to have to do is just accept the fact that I'm going to lose this middle floor and just have to put as much power on the other floors as I can. So we'll just conduit up this floor a ton to make this guy hit like a house. Even if I place a Spear Steward here, Pixie dies, but we can get a little bit more done this way. By hitting him with that, and then having him explode. That way it puts him down to 43. They should be able to clear just fine. I'm gonna have him take the hit, even though he would do more damage by exploding, just because I want to preserve the Moon Guard's health. I think that's my best choice right now. Thing is, we're having the same problem again of I'm dealing with issues up here, so I can't buff these guys down here. On the bright side, we are getting some headway on the boss himself. Why did I take 4 damage? What did I forget about? That because I normally kill it quick enough that it doesn't do the thing. Right, if you have no units on the floor, he deals damage to the core. Uh-oh. Well, you need glass cannons, so you can start doing way more damage. This guy's an issue. This guy right here is such a fucking problem. And these two are gonna become a problem immediately after. I hate it here. This situation sucks. I'm almost having to sacrifice my strongest floor just to keep the core alive here. And even then, I'm dancing on the razor's edge of disaster here. Go ahead and give you the conduit because you're more likely to survive longer. This way he does more damage. Pop you. Blast you. Now I don't need to worry about this floor for the second. So I can do a little bit more down here. Just hit him, I guess. There really is a problem no matter how I look at this. We could hit them with the mute for 5 turns. That would still leave Eternus muted by the time he comes down here for the final battle. Though he doesn't honestly have an effect that I'm that worried about because he doesn't have any on-turn effects or triggers or anything. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and just use this for the incant and to keep these guys from having any benefits. Which allows us to chew through a bit better, because they don't have the Titan skin from this guy anymore. Alright, that's as good as we're gonna get. We're gonna take another 5 core damage for free unless I can throw a unit down there. Or that would live, which I don't have anything like that. Okay, actually we're sitting pretty well for this turn. Go ahead and Ice Storm. Does that blast this to hell and gone? Now we send that guy straight to hell. One spell at a time. Now we Moonbeam after we cast our other 2 spells. So we can sweep up the floor here pretty nicely. There we go. That sets them up to get cleared. These guys aren't too well off. Yeah, we're actually gonna be okay. I think we're okay. It's gonna get real dicey on this final round, though. But at least we've got control. Because it's just a near-dead guy going up to the next floor. He'll die from his own frostbite. We just need to deal with Eternus, who is not taking much damage here, which is bad news. These guys are also going to kill the Moonguard, except I can heal him without burning any spells that are necessary, because I just get another copy of that. This will kill both of them. There we go. That's dealt with. He dies. Now we need to deal with down here. Sweeper dies automatically because our sweeper's faster. Yeah, that didn't really change anything, because these guys are just too beefy for what didn't end up happening down here. Oh, we are in trouble. On the bright side, we'll have a free turn on this floor, because he has to still walk his way all the way up. Oh, but this is so bad. We're really gonna lose on the final battle, I think. Oh, that sucks so much. Okay, right, it wasn't final round yet. Okay, we actually have a little bit of legs here. That's why he didn't take any damage. Now he's gonna take way more. Okay. These guys are an issue, but we can skip that issue for next turn. When they're in Spell Power land and we can do some more work. Because that guy's gonna die to Frostbite. We do take 10 core damage this way, which sucks, but ignore that for now. Focus our energy down here on trying to keep this line more lively. They're all gonna die, so I think I just focus my energy on the boss man here. Because the more we buff everybody up, the more time they'll last anyway. And these guys don't really do a lot of damage. I have to hit them with this, though, so... Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about. Since all this is free down here, I have so much Ember left, but I have nothing to use it for. So I think I made a fundamental flaw in this setup somewhere that causes that to be the exact problem. Everybody survives to fight Eternus, but the problem is they're going to die to him. Because everybody still had melee weakness other than the shark. And that's what's going to get everybody killed. I have no cleanse of any kind. And there's just not going to be enough durability higher up to do too much. I probably should have made something stronger, have Endless, so that I could have replayed them up here. Hindsight being 20/20, as always. On the bright side, we can clear these guys just fine. Hit him, heal him. Just kill him so this guy doesn't take any damage. Hit you for 10, because that's all I can do. He is going to take 170 Frostbite, at least. We have to be able to hammer him when he gets up here, though. Actually, this might be okay. It's gonna be really close. Nope, just short. We lose. Because the core has no health left. As close as we physically could be to winning while still losing. Oh, that's so bad. That's so bad. 47 health. And it's all because he hits first. If we had first strike on the core somehow, we would have been golden. Oh, that's so painful. Ooh, not bad, not bad. Apply one mute to an enemy unit when they enter the train. That's very good. Preserve, put frozen on a card. Kinda eh. Playing a spell deals 2 damage to an enemy unit on the floor. I like that. Luna Coven gets level 6. An extra stack of conduit every time it's applied. Okay. And it gives 5 conduit to itself starting off. Okay. Selene units gain 20 attack during full moon. Silent units get 20 attack during new moon. Because that's how the Luna Coven works, is they have Selene and Silent units, which benefit from either phase of the moon. That's their whole shtick. Still, we did pretty well. We got half the health we needed for the Awoken, and... Why did I get so many Reanimator Reform? Or... Oh, maybe Endless counted towards that, I guess, perhaps. Or enemies reanimating might have counted too. Yeah, unfortunately, otherwise we really didn't gain much. But based on the way that played out, as much as I love the spell power combo we had here, I think in order for the Stygian Guard to really shine more, I need to give them more stable backup. We could just try the same setup again and hope for better unit results, because I did lean into that gimmick I was going for a little too hard, but I'm going to try combining the Guard with the Lazarus League and see how that goes. His Luna Coven Lazarus League usually works pretty well. But if I'm keeping Tethys out, I don't need a Quoth's Reservation. Actually, you know what? Let's go Chaos Mode. Every drafted card will appear with an upgrade. We'll just let Chaos reign. These weren't drafted, so I don't get a benefit from these, unfortunately. This would have actually perfectly solved our problems to a certain degree, because instead of just gaining only attack, the Siren we had would have gained attack and health. and I would have survived just long enough to win that last fight. Meanwhile, this spell is not going to be great for us. It's too expensive. But if we start setting up a discard system, we can actually make that work. I'll go ahead and take the Jack Strips because the Versatile Ember Staff didn't really do much for us. Spell Weakness or Frostbite? I'm gonna go ahead and take the Spell Weakness because him having Sweep means he can apply Spell Weakness to the whole floor. Titan Skin's fine, you can have that. We aren't gonna have the Witch Weave to spam is the only real big downside to not having the Luna Coven. So that could actually come back to bite me a bit. Go ahead and put the Siren out front. It doesn't have a ton of health, but it'll gain health every spell, so it'll be okay. I just need to get a bunch of spells played before they get hit too much. Which, thankfully, we have lots of spells. Including the fact that these basically get cast twice, almost. There we go. So 21-21 right off the top is pretty nifty. And 24. And thanks to the Sweep on Tethys, we get rid of the Acolyte. Yeah, that's fine. We are going to have to do more to get rid of the big guy before he gets up top, but it'll be okay. Just hit him with that, because he got spell weakness, so that's sorted out. Give you a friend so you can kill off the little guy. Play that, so you get incanted. Give you the rage because you have sweep. You'll be better off with it. You can't fit anything there. We'll just put both the Sanguine Assistants up here then. You're already dying, so that's fine. Keep stacking more regen on the Siren to keep them safe. Depending on how long this run goes, we may actually just only do this run because we're already almost 3 hours in. Depends on how long I want to go today. But I will say the weather does have my throat a little upset because I've been having dripping going on the whole time. Which is why I'm like, yeah, maybe slightly shorter today, we'll see. I'm also talking a lot because of explaining everything and reading so much and everything. But we'll see how it goes. Sometimes it ends up balancing out as we go. Yeah, he is still gonna live, but he's barely gonna live, so these guys will clean him out. He's gonna have so many hits of spell weakness on him when he leaves. I could just hit him with one spell and he'll just explode. Boop. 79 damage from a 10 damage spell. Because they get hit again for every stack, so it's... Ooh. Titan's Gratitude with Spell Chain for free. Or Permafrost Energy Siphon. This is silly. This right here is stupid. Smolderstone being on a free item is just sadness. It doesn't do anything. We'll take the Titan's Gratitude. Extra health on a Twisted Assistant? Okay. Conduit on a Sanguine Assistant? Alright. Holdover on Explosive Reaction is also good. I don't really need a third Sanguine Assistant, but I think I'll take this one and then start purging the ones that don't have Conduit. Or I start throwing them out front and getting them killed so we get at knives. One or the other. Let's go this way first. Get a Lazarus League Soldier. Ooh, a buffed up test subject alpha? Ooh. This guy does have can't gain 2 armor. And if he reanimates, he gains armor too. This guy just has armor for days. But quick sweep 2060 is too fucking good. Because he basically, with that 60 health, doesn't have to worry about spikes much. Unless it's a lot of spikes. Let's go ahead and give one of these crypt builders consume so it's a lot more viable to use without having to worry about the... Actually, yeah, there we go. Now it's a 1-drop that I can keep reusing. Perfect. 135 damage to front unit, and all it takes is discarding a card at random, which we can then combine with the Crypt Builder. Oh yes, 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 yes. Gonna do horrible things with a flick of a card. Everything's gonna go to hell. You know what? Sure, I'll take the Pyre Dampener this time. We don't have as much ridiculous price saving this time, so it's actually gonna be kind of bad. But I think it'll overall be okay. We'll put Sweep Team down here. Look at this guy, he's goddamn huge. And I'm just not gonna worry about putting the Siren of the Sea down at all at the second. Because we're just not gonna really be incant spamming right now. Go ahead and give you some Unstable. I was hoping to fish for Rage so that I could give him a bunch more attack and just have him really go trucking through. But it's fine. We do have to watch out for that Sloven Knight, though, because he does get stronger when he's up front. There you go, have a friend to play with. You do have spell weakness, though. Between the two of them, they won't kill otherwise, so yeah, we'll do that. We just have, like, no spell power in play right now, which makes me more than a little bit sad. But sometimes the situation necessitates a change of strategy. Go ahead and have you who take the death here so we can get the knife for free. And we'll give the big man the knife so he has piles of lifesteal to use. And that way he basically becomes immortal. So, oh, it's not gonna have time to resolve to gain him lifesteal. Oh, no, he does have it. So that'll be okay. We can put a boosted Sanguine Assistant down here, but that doesn't allow us to actually cast any spells. Oh, it didn't throw away either the Crypt Builders. Damn it. Oh well, he's gonna move up a floor with 5 health left. It's fine. The wheels on this bus are a little square, but I think it'll be okay. After a couple more fights worth of power or boosting, we should be able to round off the wheels on this bus a bit, and we'll be okay. Boop. It's also fun ending so many boss fights just by going flick, die. A large stoned Mollix mate is huh? That's actually unfortunate because ordinarily I like to fit them into small spaces so that they can give conduit. But him having 50 health means he could actually just give 10 conduit on the front line. But obviously we're taking the free Helical Chrysalis. That's just better for us. Dualism is useless for you. Reanimate 1's fun, because I think that might give us additional Vampire Teeth. Which also means we then just get rid of both of the Sanguine Assistants we currently have for the upgraded Sanguine Assistants. We'll snag the Stygian Banner, because we don't really need the health. A Rage 10 Guard of the Unnamed, or an Attack Boosted Siren of the Sea. We'll take the Attack Boosted Siren. Though we do now have 2 Sirens as well. But I just need to get rid of the dearth of assistants I have here. I don't need so many of them. They're just gonna get in the way. There we go. 2 of them, though, is useful. Let's see. Make this secret mix free. Double stack doesn't apply to anything we have because none of them apply anything yet. Go ahead and make this do 30. Yeah, I guess we just save the last of our money unless I want to purge. No, let's purge the other siren. Because we're not going to have enough room for both sirens. Is that really what I want to do? Or do I purge? No, actually, I purge a spear steward instead of the siren. We'll keep 2 sirens. This way we end up with the same amount of unit space used. But we benefit from that. A cluster of 3 large crystals containing Entropy's strange powers forces the train to stop. You could take one of them to investigate. The first crystal is extraordinarily heavy for its size. The second crystal is completely weightless and hollow. The third crystal is growing at an incredible pace. Do you take one of Entropy's crystals? This makes all of my spells cost more, though, and this is a very spell-heavy setup. No, I think we don't take this. As much as, like, triple stack would be funny, it's useless to us right now. 5 magic power is nothing compared to what we have been doing, so I don't need that. And a spell costing -4 is overkill for any of the spells I have. So no. Enticing as they might be to take, perhaps it's best to leave them there. Okay. Time to go fight Archaon so we can go get more unit space or more Ember, depending on how I decide to go. Second verse, same as the first? Actually, no. No, we do a funny. We put both sirens down. Oh, and then put Alpha up there. He'll be cleanup crew. This is risky, but it's gonna be very funny if it works. Play this first. Now we play one of you up here. And now we have a 50-50 on this playing the Crypt Builder. And it did. There we go. Lots of free incant. This way their health bars get buffed up a bit, and they can more readily survive. I think that's the best call I've got here, based on what I chose to set up. 1 cost Crypt Builder to hit you for 80. Or I clobber this guy for 80. I don't like these guys. Whack! There we go. I regen 4 to you. Now we play another secret mix. Give rage 4 to somebody. But also keep incanting them more. And there we go. It's almost as if the big guy's down here at this point. Very good. It is a long echo when those sirens get hit, though. Goddamn. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't fit the conduit one down here to help out. So we're actually gonna just put both of them up here in front of the big man. And for fun. Blast you. Blast you. And there you go. On the bright side, with this setup, we actually have 2 strong floors again. Well, relatively strong. We can do something clever with the unstable here, because with sweep we can hit the guy in the back there. He'll set off the unstable when he gets hit and hit all of them for extra damage. Break all of his armor off. These 2 are hitting for over 50 already. I love this. Like, I still think Incant is a little bit too much for too little cost, arguably. But it's at least very fun to have it on your side for a change. Instead of it just always being against me like it was before we got this faction back. Because there was a little bit of Incant among Luna Coven, but there's way more Incant options in Stygian Guard. Oh yeah, and a little bit of Incant among the Lazarus League as well. Let's not forget them. I'm gonna hit you with a hammer, punk. Since they don't have any on-kill effects, I'm better off just clearing the enemies out ahead of time. Since that guy's got quick sweep, he clears them before the assistants can be taken out. Stable 5. Go ahead and buff up the unstable. Pump up the jam. Pump up the bomb. There we go. And of course we win that. That's pretty safe to say we were gonna win that. There we go. Just chop him up. Just show him what it feels like to be turned into sushi. Range transfer is an interesting idea, but it does sacrifice a unit, which I'm not super into. Combustion suit's very fun. Actually, yeah, we take combustion suit and we put it on Tethys. That way we have sweeping, unstable application. That's actually a buffed up Plague Doctor that still only takes 1 space. And I do like my Plague Doctors. We'll go ahead and take Heaven's Light anyway, though, so we have a bit more room. I almost took the extra Ember for once. Let's go for the artifacts, because we can get extra money to buy more here. So much for buying more. We're gonna buy the 1 mute, though, because that will solve a lot of enemy problems. Go ahead and upgrade Tethys. Yeah, give me the conduit and spell cost down. That will do a lot for us. And what's this event got for me? Oh, the spikes, okay. A portion of the rail up ahead has been destroyed, leaving scattered rail spikes to litter the ground. These once proud emblems of the covenant between clans heaven and hell are now nothing but debris. But you sense some of these rail spikes still contain some lingering power. From which clan do you take a rail spike? We take the Pyreborn one that gives us cooldown, reduction, and avarice. Do we get the Coven spike that gives us conduit? Or do we take the League spike, which is just a syringe and gives reanimate? I'm gonna take the Coven spike because we can make that do a lot of conduit for free. And off we go. This bunch again. Mark of Invasion. It's gonna be the exploding guys that do corruption, so no. That will set me up for failure, like, immediately. And now we have enough room for... No, we'd only be able to get 1 Siren in with the test subject. So we'll still keep him on the 2nd floor. But what we can do is fit a Plague Doctor in here after the Sirens start getting going. This way we start applying a bunch of unstable and really just make the life of everything that's attacking us really bad. And they're muted, so their extinguish doesn't go off, I don't think. I had to really look at that for a second. We'll put a Sanguine Assistant up here. No, this one goes in the back because it is conduit. This one's allowed to live. A funk. Yeah, see, no corruption happened. A few up. Apply some unstable. I can hold on to those syringes, but honestly, May as well just get him and jab him in because of the incants. Yeah, Mute doesn't do much to these two, but that's fine. We don't have the Plague Doctor still, so I'm gonna go ahead and put you up front so you take some heat and start making some teeth for me. Go ahead and put you up here in case things go horribly awry and we have to fight on that floor. And have you start regenning so you can fix your health. There we go. Okay, yeah, they popped completely and gave me the tooth, so when they reanimate, you don't get multiple teeth. I didn't think so, but I wanted to know for sure. This one's the one up front, so they get the life steal. And now we have room for the Plague Doctor, which was all part of my cunning scheme. Which applies even more unstable, and they're all muted, so their explosion effect is still new. Nothing to worry about. This consumes and won't apply anything right now, so we'll just wait on that. Yeah, having a 71 attacker at the front with lifesteal just basically means nothing bad happens to me. Rage. More rage. I could have given Tethys lifesteal too, but Tethys doesn't get attacked. Eat. That's the fun thing, by the way. You can throw these for no cost if you have no cards in your hand, because it can't discard what isn't there. Whack! The convenience of free hammers. We have our brief respite, so it's time to just spam more cards for fun. I should not have taken the sap one, but it's okay. Just means we don't play the final version of it yet. We'll play it on whatever shows up, which is gonna be the boss. Go over here. There we go. You know what? I'm absolutely down for giving that guy melee weakness. Hell with that guy in particular. You know, 9 conduit's pretty fun, eh? There we go. Punk. Punk. And off we go. If I wanted even more incant procs, I could have done it a different way around. And we still would have gotten a little bit out of the Coven Spike, but this is fine. He's dying anyway. Ooh, an intrinsic free Ice Storm. Or Frost Effigy. Ooh, move all Frostbite to a specific enemy and then double it. That's brutal. We don't really have a method of applying Frostbite at the moment, so I'll take the Ice Storm. Acid Shower will also work really well for us. They're really giving a lot of Holy Stone out, and I'm not really that here for that, but that's okay. Let's see. Armory, Celestial Armor. There are a couple of things I wouldn't mind duplicating, and sure, I'll take a Stygian unit. Rage 3, Damage Shield 3. Regen 10 on you is not really important because you have no health. Sure. Damage Shield 3 might actually be pivotal at some point. Let's see what we can get here. Cost less than consume? No. More magic power and consume, though? I'll think about that one. The thing is, this is actually kind of a meh set. I could make the Coven Spike not consume. That could be fun. No, I think I actually just reroll this whole set away in the hopes of getting something better. That works. No, I don't want to Acid Shower for free. 1 is fine with that because it's a damage spell anyway, so we'll actually be able to use that for free anyway. And it has Holy Stone, so it costing 0 would be worthless. We'll put the cost down on that. Actually, yeah. Intrinsic on that, and then have it... Yeah... Because then we get guaranteed each 6 conduit, even if this is at 0. Yes. That's all my money, basically, but that's fine. And then we have this do 11 damage and 10 unstable. There we go. That should help out a decent bit. And what am I going to duplicate? Actually, duplicating the intrinsic Coven Spike might be... Yeah, you know what? That's funny. I like that idea. We're doing that. It doesn't always have to be a good idea. If it's funny enough, I'm down for it. Enemies gain reanimate. There are some decently tough enemies here, but I think we can kill them well enough that the reanimate won't be the biggest issue. Yes, tee-hee-hee-hee-hee-hee-hee. We'll go ahead and keep the same setup. This rest of the slot will show up on their own over time. Yeah, because these are the toughest guys they got at 150 health. A lot of which we can just chip away immediately. So let's go ahead and get the Plague Doctor in here straight off. Let's throw our free Ice Storm out there, because it clears the back line out. That's what I figured. Chuck some Unstable around. And now we put down the Coven Spikes. 6 conduit for you, another 6 conduit for you. There we go, 14 conduit. That'll help all future turns go way better for us. And there you go, perfectly clean. No problems at all. 25 damage Acid Shower? Sure. Because now they all explode. Go ahead and chuck you out front so you get killed and give me a knife. Go ahead and chuck you behind him. Give you some regen to build back up with. You notice a lot of this is going to start playing out the same. That's just unfortunately the way a lot of this ends up going. Combustion Suit for you, so you do multi-target unstable. The dude up there, just to make sure that that floor's safe. Ensure that he dies. Unstable 5. Sure, put it on him, then he explodes. This guy's gonna remain an issue, but otherwise we're okay. Now we can give a Vampire Tooth to the front and Siren again and make sure that they can't die anytime quick. Oh, and I got the Conduit Assistant this time. Perfect. Even more Conduit for me. He's gonna die anyway. Now he'll die faster. Thud. And now all of them die. Perfect. This guy's gonna be a little bit of an issue because I decided to be greedy. Because I could have thrown the hammer at him thinking about it, but it's fine. We'll deal with him later. Don't get me wrong, throwing the hammer at him would have been a much better idea. There we go, we got Titan Gratitude to deal with him with. And there's nothing else to really do other than play this for free. There we go. And I can't... Oh, no, I can play these without a target, apparently. Interesting. You know what? Fine. Play them for free, then with no target. You know, I should have tested that sooner, huh? 990 damage to you so far, huh? Okay. Those are rookie numbers. We can get those numbers up. Rage 4. Rage 4 damage shield. What if you just didn't even kill the front one? Nope, you still killed the front one. That's fine. We win. Yeah, he just has tons of Titan skin until you hit him a lot, so you can't really get rid of him fast. Even throwing a bunch of magic at him, it would bounce. Hey there, Zin, how's it going? Yeah, I'm just gonna be rattling away. Yeah. Soon, TM, there will be more things to spend on. Train, Urchin Spines, Preserve. Do I want any of... it's free and it'll apply to all of them, sure. Mostly well. How about you, Zin? Replicator Ray could be fun. But what would I use it on? Bouncer is not really anything that's in this set, actually. And I don't really need the rest of these. Nah, we'll just leave that. And now we managed to unlock the Awoken. We've almost got all the old clans back. Fair enough, fair enough. It's always good to make sure to spend time with your significant other. We do kind of want that unstable vortex downway so we can start cleaning some of our unnecessary stuff up. But I do want artifacts. We'll worry about clearing up stuff later. We don't need to get rid of them yet. Unit upgrades would have also been nice. Ooh, spells get an extra upgrade slot? Yes, please. Extra deployment? Yes. Okay, that puts us in a really good spot, actually. Now, what do I duplicate this time? We don't really need a third Coven Spike, as funny as that would be. A second large test subject alpha? Yeah, actually, because that'll allow me to have either 2 on the same floor or 1 on the second and 1 on the third floor to keep them both clear. Especially now that we have more deployment currency to use. Put big, scary, gribbly things on both those floors. No one will want to go there now. You at the back of the pair here, you go at the front. There is enough room. I could put all 3 sirens here for fun. The only thing is, this one doesn't gain health, so even though it has 3 damage shield, I wouldn't really want to put it at the front. And I do kind of want to put the Plague Doctor there again. You know what? No. All sirens all the time. Better to have all of them be together so they all get the incant bonuses anyway. This is fine. You got that under control. Down here, I'm just going to cause nightmares to happen. Hit you twice. Hit you with a hammer. Throw some ice around for fun. And now we do the Coven Spikes. By 9. By 6. Obliterate. And there we go. They all have significantly more health than they did before. And more attack. Everything is awesome. As long as you're not on the right-hand side of the screen. If you're on the right-hand side, you're having a bad time. There we go. There's our unstable for everybody. Spell weakness for everybody is fun. This is such massive overkill, but I'm doing it anyway. Thud. Oh look, all your friends are dead, Kale. What a shame. There's the reanimating Sanguine Assistant, but we can't fit it in there for protection this time. Put it up there instead, so we'll still get the weapon. That is the one problem with this setup, is we are potentially going to lose that front-wise Siren of the Sea. Unless I can keep incanting enough to keep gaining her enough health to weather everything. Which is entirely possible, at the rate we've been going. The fact that I can play all those spells and still have Ember left is insane. You guys are having slight issues up here. Here, just have them absorb the hit for you. Absorb the hit for your betters. Yeah, do it anyway. I was debating putting the unstable on Kayle just because. This one will go up here and put on Kayle, even though we're not going to get the incant out of it. And we'll go ahead and put a Spear Steward up here to hit him harder. There we go. I don't really need to worry about the bottom floor at this point. Not particularly. Now we can put Lifesteal, though, on our front runner, which will keep them perfectly safe most of the time. So they are currently gonna die, and we need to do something about that. Because right now they're gonna die before they get a chance to Lifesteal. But if we give them Reanimate, they don't die anymore. Ta-da! The power of abusing their own game mechanics against them. Yeah, because one swing gets a full health bar. Hammer for you. More unstable. Just keep causing greater and greater instability. Boop. Because they're fine up here. They're meant to die, so we can get another knife. And that all sorts out itself out. Nope, you can't hurt him now. He just heals. Here, have some spell weakness. Nah, 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 nah. Like, it genuinely doesn't even matter if these spells do anything. They're just to make this whole line stronger. Do, 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 do. Acid Shower, this way he gets more unstable. Is it too loud? Is it the sound effects that are too loud, or is it the music that's too loud? Because the meter looks fine to me, but I wouldn't be surprised if sound effects are the issue. Really? That is a little bit surprising, but here, I'll bump it down a little bit. Here, I'll just bump the general down a bit then. It's only a little over halfway up the meter for me, which is usually the sweet spot. Now, I may have just be wearing down a bit too much by this point. But either way, I've adjusted it a bit. Hopefully that's good enough. Okay. Thank you for chiming in about that, because it had been fine up till now, but I don't know if it was fine or if people were just bearing with it. You know how that can be an either or. Honestly, understandable. I have played this quite a lot too, so I could absolutely understand just not wanting anything to do with it too much anymore, or on that scale. Is when I was doing the off-screen grinding I definitely just turned everything down so I could listen to other things. But either way, a little adjustment never hurt anybody. Double-edged barrel would be nice, but we already have plenty of units. I'll actually take the deep offering just so I could cycle hands at need. We already have unit space, but I could have more. You know what? We're not using all the ember I have already anyway. Let's just have even more unit space for fun. Let's see. I did skip the unit upgrades last time, so let's go this way, grab the money, and grab the unit upgrades. Don't really have enough damage spells that cost 2. I would rather have the double spell weakness. At least right now. I use the boiler room a lot, but that would give me more ember. Not that I'm using all my ember already anyway. This could be really funny, though. Put that on Sweeping Tethys. Or on... Actually, no. Put it on the Big Sweeper. Yeah. I like that idea. Actually, yes. I have an idea now. I have a terrifying idea now. And you're the one with more attacks, so we'll make sure you survive by giving you Incant Armor. Nope, it's anything that dies on that floor. It's very nice. I have been using it, abusing it. Some of them really read weird, so you can end up reading it as an either or way, so I absolutely understand how that mistake can happen. If I have the other one getting Incant Armor, I don't really need any of them to have Titanite. No. Actually, I think I reroll and hope I get... not really what I was hoping for, but... Oh, right, that's not a status, so dualism doesn't affect it. Sad. I can have them gain 6 rage, though. 6 rage is fun. Sure, you can have dualism. Yeah, absolutely. The first game was also very unique in its time. Like, obviously, this has taken it further, which is fantastic. Yeah, you know what? Give you Reanimate too, so you don't die. There we go. It is nice how there's actually use cases where you do actually want to use your buff cards on enemies as well, where it actually does benefit you instead of just being a funny move. I could probably get away with this for the money, but only later in the fight. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's not gonna blow up in my face or anything. It hasn't already done that earlier today at all, no. I mean, looks like a mobile game's kind of a wide range at this point. I can't really say that there's that many things of this type that you can't say look like a mobile game. There's only so much graphical fidelity you need for a card game. Yeah, exactly. I actually used that a lot when I was still using Banished. At this point, I'm using just everything I unlock because I want to keep things fresh for myself, but they've got a really good setup going most of the time. Let's see. Don't want to overdo it on that, so we'll just put you in here as I usually do, and then we'll spread out a bit more. Oh, absolutely. But I would also be very disappointed if a sequel didn't improve. You know? Actually, I do still have 1 space left. I'm gonna hate myself for doing this, but I'm gonna front load again. Just because the triple siren is too funny. And again, incant efficiency is more worthwhile there anyway. Let's just use this to burn their spell shields. There we go. And then they both die. Then we acid shower for fun. There we go. What I learned, by the way, in case you didn't realize this, is anything that can hit front unit, you can still play it even though there's no front unit. My thought on 100 men versus 1 gorilla is the 100 men are wasting their time. Give a bunch of conduit out. There you go. All the spell power I'm going to need. Let's see. Give you the Bloodthirsty Blade. Because you'll start cleaning house and gaining piles of power for the Bloodthirsty Blade. You can just go ahead and live up here in case things go horribly wrong. That's kind of what I mean, is it's incredibly wasteful. Like, either you're wasting men, or you're just wasting the other 75 men's time. Either way, it's just such an incredible, pointless waste. You know, that's also fair. That is also highly likely to happen. Plague Doctor? Sure. Look how crowded this floor is now. This is just ridiculous. Absolutely. I just use sentences like that because it shuts a lot of people down that try to bring that up. Is like, this has been trotted out so many times in so many places. It's an overdone thought experiment is the problem with it. Is once you've experienced a thought experiment enough times, it really doesn't spur unique thought anymore, if that makes sense. I could get them killed, but there's no real reason to bother with it at this point, because we're clearing these out just fine. Well, you know, it kind of comes part and parcel with the job to be dealing with these things all the time. Besides, if I wasn't a nerd, I wouldn't be doing this job. Just keep chopping these all down, because they're really no threat to me anymore. We're just basically setting up for the final battle. Go ahead and throw away the 1 card for 5. Breaking the mechanic. Boot doot doo doo doo. I am chill. You want to see me not be chill? I can be very unchill right now if I wanted to. I don't want to waste these. I mean, I may as well cast these at least. Alright, I'm done with you. Goodbye. You're acting like somebody's escalating when they're not. I entertained that clownery for a moment, but that they're obviously just not actually paying attention to what's being said and just trying to cause trouble, so enough out of that. I get the feeling based on the word choices they were using, they're probably one of those people that goes around to a lot of chats and just says a lot of things to try to get attention. And we ain't about that here. And if they wish to return, they can make an unban request. And I will probably read it, think about it, and we'll see what happens. Otherwise known as probably not. Life's too short to let people run around and make a nuisance of themselves. Ooh, Avarice Glacial Seal. Exactly. It's one of those, you let somebody run their course for a minute to see if they're gonna calm down, and then just keeps on going. It's just, nah, not worth it. Because, you know, sometimes people get wound up and just start things, and then you let them calm down. This one, nah. Do I want 16 Frostbite? Or do I want just every spell Frostbite? The thing is, I'm probably not going to be able to fit this into the floor where I'm going to be casting most of my spells, so we'll take the Crystalline Seeds. There's a lot of fun stuff you could do with Weaponized Prosthetic. You just slap equipment you don't care about on somebody, rip it off, and give them a pile of attack. Surgical Strike, though, with the bonuses we have, I can just keep making more Surgical Strikes. Besides, this way they got a perfect example of me being unchill, so they get an idea of what the comparison is. You know, this could be really funny. We already get a random upgrade on everything from the Shifting Pyre. I could just get two random upgrades on everything. There we go. Now I don't need to buy upgrades anymore. Will it be a crapshoot of upgrades? Absolutely, but it'll be fun. What kind of equipment do we have here? I'm not taking the Glass Cannon this time because the Fragile effect came back to bite me. I don't actually want any of these. Try again. We don't have Planetarium right now, so I'll take the Enchanted Chamber. Do I want another Combustion Suit to spread even more unstable? Because I can put that on another Sweeper? Nah. What we're gonna do instead... What if you had a sword and a Combustion Suit at once? Aha! It costs a little bit, but let's be real. I have Ember to spend most of the time. We'll go back and buy some more these. I wish I had a little bit more money. Oh, I wish I had a little bit more money. This is such a good set of artifacts. Ah! His incant triggering additional time is obvious. We have so much that benefits from incant already, but units getting an extra upgrade slot would allow me to still be able to buy upgrades for my units. And then they'd have 3 upgrades. Which is ridiculous, but we'll take the incant because it's just too pivotal to our setup here. Because we're going into the final battle anyway, so the extra upgrade slot would have actually been useless. Now let's see if I botch the final battle this time or not. Which, with how quickly we got through this, I'm probably going to do another run after this, because I'm aiming for the 4-hour mark. And we're going to obviously go over that in this process. This guy being the corruption one might actually foil my plans here, but we will roll with our strategy as it is, and if it fails, it fails. Because it's no fun to just coward out, you know? The thing is, all the eggs in one basket situation here means enough corruption gets played, we are hosed. That's the concern. Thankfully, we keep his corrupted units from chewing us up. It's only him that's going to really be able to get corruption off too much. So we're actually not too bad off. Because remember, everything that comes in gets muted immediately for 1 turn. So we're covered for the initial bit. Go ahead and play the free spell weakness, because it's not even a consume spell, so may as well. Get all them buffs in there. Hey, I should probably put the Enchanted Chamber down first. Not that it matters, because we're not really relying on the spell power here at the minute. Because these guys have no health. That spell power doesn't really need to happen here. We'll give you the Sanguine Assistant to save a spot for the Plague Doctor down here. Go ahead and give you Unstable because you're about to explode anyway. Actually, we'll cover the spike before Ice Storming because we're already at 0 anyway. This way, this is going to do way more damage. And I'm spreading the conduit out just in case something horrible happens. Yeah, 30 damage 5 times. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, did I say 30? I meant 90 because of all the spell weakness they had. Look at that 180 attack already. That was turn 1. Thanks to the multi-incan. Oh, it's so tasty. And play the Plague Doctor. The best part is, since I get another copy of this when I kill, there we go, I get another one. You know, I just feel like doing that again. Now I get another one. And the funny thing is, this guy doesn't technically die, but he does technically die. So I get another copy. And then I get another copy. But you know, maybe I didn't stab him enough. Maybe we should do it again. And one more for the road. How do you feel about basically triple-digit health on everything that matters at the front? Oh, it's just turn 2. Double incant is unholy, and that's what makes it beautiful. We love unholy things here. The thing is, we are going to start taking a lot of corruption damage, and that's where we're going to run into issues because, like, people like Tethys are going to just drop dead. Unless I can keep him healed, which is doable because we can just do this. Get them killed, give him lifesteal so he can keep himself alive. The Nameless Siren here has a bunch of damage shields, so the corruption can't hurt her yet. But that's going to start getting bad, too. Go ahead and put you up here. For reasons. I do need to be somewhat careful still, because this still could end up backfiring miserably. If I'm not careful. Because we saw how powerful I'd built up everything last time, and then they crushed through us anyway, and since I front-loaded everything, it all went horribly wrong. There we go, I got 2 vampire teeth to use. Used to keep people alive. Ordinarily, I'd be giving the unstable suit to Tethys, but I think I have to give him a vampire tooth so he stays alive. His sweep lifesteal basically guarantees him a health bar. You need lifesteal as well, so you don't have to worry about taking damage. This frostbite, actually, I don't think is going to be super important here. Because they're not going to live, particularly. Like, they just all explode. We don't play the Titan's Gratitude yet. What I want to do is put the 16 frostbite on Eternus, so that he keeps taking the damage. We lose 1 incant's worth of buffs down here, but it's much more important. We can also just cast this again on no target. 510 damage on the one in the middle. The thing is, she is going to run out of damage shield before the final turn, which is going to be the only real problem. We'll go ahead and give you the double buff here, because this will still apply unstable to all enemies. Which, since he's quick, his unstable will guaranteed proc, because he'll hit this guy, put unstable on him, he'll die, trigger his unstable, etc., etc. So most of these guys are going to die to magic before that has a chance to happen anyway. But that's the theory behind that being the move made there. Let's see. You go ahead and stand in front of him so he lives longer. Six rage at a time. Twice. I don't think we're using this setup ever again, because this is just silly. This is too simple at this point. And this is on Covenant rank 4. This isn't even, like, a low rank. 4 is relatively low on the grand scheme of things. I think it goes up to, like, 20 or so. Something ridiculously high. And obviously just keeps stacking more and more modifiers as it goes. And there are mutators that I still have yet to use, because you don't get rank experience and everything for your factions if you use those mutators. So I want to keep getting my unlocks. Imagine if I could kill Eternus before the final turn. There's just too many high health enemies that he puts down in the way here. There you go, have you hit a bit harder so you can heal up better. The thing is, the lifesteal only works when there's targets to steal from. Cast that. Pitch the hand because it'll play the Crypt Builder anyway. Get a bunch more free cards to use. Last his whole wave here. You know what? It suddenly became way more possible to... Oh, hey, we got Melting Remnant from that somehow. How did I get... How did that trigger Reanimate Reform? I feel like that's actually incorrect, but you know what? I'll take it because it's in my favor. 1008 damage per hit. Yep, those guys are up there are dying, but that's fine. Yeah, the biggest problem we're gonna have, though, is that stacking corruption. Nobody's gonna die to it yet, but the first, like, hit or two here is gonna cause them to all die, but we win. We win this by default. Default. Clap, clap. Default. Sad that it leaves him at 1 health. Otherwise, I could have hammered the next guy. Oh, hey, 1997. Neat year there. Go ahead and give you... Yeah, literally nobody on this team is dying anyway, but there you go. Give him a damage shield because he's the main character. Bonk. And we win. Boy, oh boy, do we win. And the best part is we didn't even really use that much Lazarus League stuff, so it was still mostly Stygian Guard that carried this because it was Stygian stuff out in the front with a little bit of support. But now we got the Melting Remnant, which they were never my favorite faction out of the old stuff. They're an interesting one. Okay, we still don't get to fight the Titan. There was some plot stuff that implied we might be getting to fight the Titans. Level 4 Stygian Guard. You can't lose 5 health, draw a card. That's actually pretty useful. 10 magic-powered spells in hand. Siren's Song. It's Pyrebound. Send enemy units to this on this floor and apply Dazed. Ooh, 2 spell weakness to enemy units when they enter the room below the Pyre room. Okay. And we get the other Stygian Guard leader, the Soul Guard the Martyr. Which I don't remember that one at all. Risky Operation, reduce friendly units' health to 1, give 10 attack and 2 lifesteal. Okay. Transistia, the first time each turn a friendly unit is equipped, gain 1 Ember. Okay. And Baron Grail. So we have all of the alternate champions for everybody other than the old factions now. And we have Covenant 5, which dumps junk in the deck. We have the Hall of Experiments. And we mastered a ton more cards, because every time you get a win, you master more cards. As you can see by all the golden cards shown there. I've won with a decent amount at this point. Like, every faction has participated in at least one win other than all the stuff I didn't have till today. And we just need to wait a little longer for Umbra. Umbra I really like playing with. And actually, yeah, I forgot. It's only Covenant 10 that this goes up to, not 20. It just feels like 20 because it takes a while to get up there. Or unless you just keep using the same stuff over and over again. We are just about at 4 hours. But I think I am going to go ahead and do one more. Because we did unlock a new thing. And there we go. We'll throw Hall of Experiments around. Let's see. What do I want to do with Melting Remnant? Yeah, because they have Burnout, which means they just die after a certain amount of time with a bunch of their units. And the other half of their units, I forget what they do, but they have another specific gimmick to the other half. Reanimate would be a solution to that, presumably, but I don't feel like doing that. In fact, let's actually just do full classic. We'll do Melting Remnant Awoken, and we'll stick on Chaos Mode. Chaos Mode was fun. Do I want Rector Flicker or do I want the Sentient? I think I'll take Flicker. Because the Sentient's a little too simple. Sentient's really, really good. I actually was gonna turn the Covenant rank down so I didn't get the stupid shards, but it's fine. Yeah, the Paraffin Thug, every time he kills, gives you 30 gold. He's pretty good. Oh yeah, these guys, when they die, just explode and ruin the day of everything in front of them. Why is everything I have explosive other than the dude with a bat? His Restoration Detonation heals something and then explodes it for the amount of health it's healed, though they do survive the explosion. So that's fine. Starting Artifact, get money when a friendly unit dies? Yeah! Considering I have a team that's going to have its units dropping dead, why not? That's great stats, but Burnout makes me sad. We're gonna take Harvest instead. You know, in and out of context, Burnout makes me sad is a hell of a sentence. Alright, Flicker, you go here. We'll put the Thug behind you. And then we just scatter some stewards around. The thing is, this is kind of fragile at the moment. Thankfully, dregs are nice and small. I could just chuck a drag out there to take damage. Go ahead and purge the Vengeful Shard for now. Oh, actually? No, because he wouldn't actually heal at all. He would heal for 0, which means that does nothing. Yeah, these guys are all like candle people, in case you didn't figure that out. They're all made out of wax and such, which is really neat. But that's also why they have the burnout mechanic, is their candles are burning. Yeah, when friendly or enemy units die, I believe harvest triggers, or is it only friendlies? Yeah, a unit on this floor dies at all. So if I keep pumping drag units out in front of him, he'll just keep getting stronger, is the idea there. Yeah, this guy's just gonna burn out. That's where you get the candle symbol from. We're just gonna apply a bunch of regen to the boss man here just to keep him alive. And otherwise, we're kind of fine. We were never gonna get to that collector anyway, with the setup we have up here. But remember, every unit of mine that dies makes me money, so all those guys burning out are just dropping coins. Here, play with this bomb. Enjoy that. Hot potato, hot potato, hot potato, hot potato. They make very weird noises. Kaboom! Kaboom! And all problems are solved. Yeah, a lot of the Melting Remnant stuff is just not based on their units surviving. They're not meant to live. They show up, they do their thing, and then they die. So they actually pair well with things that are built to sacrifice units, which again fits Lazarus League because they have a couple unit sacrifice items. You could also put them in probably with Pyreborn. You have a couple sacrifice unit items. Things like that. I do want to see what Awoken Underlegion looks like, but I also can guarantee you that that's going to be disgustingly powerful. Because you basically just can't get rid of them. Sure, we'll take the Hallowed Drippings to keep our burnout guys alive. Free 4 attack, 5 spikes, that's pretty good. 4 health, 4 attack is okay. But it's free, so that's not too bad. I'll take the spikes, though. Because giving a decent defense unit spikes just makes every enemy sad for the rest of the game, and I'm down for that. I like making my enemies sad. My favorite unit from this faction, or one of my 2 favorite units from this faction, the Thorned Hollow. Every time it's summoned, it gains 60 max health, and if it gets healed at all, it gains spikes and ruins everybody's day. So it's actually a 2975. Instead of a 2915. So the Animus of Will is also quite nice with the double multi-strike. There's another one that has sweep that I also really enjoy. But we're definitely taking that Thorned Hollow because he's going to be the tank of this setup. In fact, make him tiny. Teeny tiny. Teeny tiny indestructible bastard. We'll make the Paraffin Thug have 30 health. That'll be good. And now he hits harder. There we go. So he should be more or less guaranteeing making money. One less draw turn? Sure, we can do that. Flicker, you go there. Thorned Hollow goes out in front of him. Now, you'll notice, though, there's a catch to that 60 health. It doesn't get it immediately. You do have to heal it. So there is a trick there. And we can go ahead and just summon our entire deployment. There we go. But the thing is, since he has the health to heal, he's gonna gain those spikes. Oh, is he gonna gain those spikes? And he's just gonna ruin anything that attacks him after a bit. Right now, he's actually kind of in danger, but we'll get around that. Oh yeah, regen also applies to spikes, by the way. So every bit of regen he gets also just makes him keep generating more spikes. But what about more spikes? Now he hits for 14 every time something touches him. And we'll go and just put a casual bomb up here for fun. This guy's gonna burn out, but he'll make me money, so that's fine. Bonk, bonk. Just keep harvesting more to make Flicker stronger. heal you. There's nothing to detonate on, but restoration detonation anyway for more spikes and to get his health up. We have no space for these two, so they'll just have to wait. Poor healer with no attack just gets punched in the face. Well, this is useless, but this will be fine. Have you just casually explode? This is why having Flicker himself have Burnout, by the way, is not too bad, because you can just keep playing these Burnout extensions on him and he would still be fine. You just have to make sure you have a deck that has those before you make that change. Otherwise, it backfires pretty ridiculously sometimes, because you have a powerful unit just suddenly fall over without anything fighting him. So it can really be a problem. Explosives with spikes, sure. Ooh, there's one of the better Burnout guys. He only lasts one turn, but he has multi-strike by default. And since this one got made larger, he is really strong. This is a neat trick, by the way. I didn't address it the last time this card came up, but Reform allows you to bring something back to your hand, make it stronger, and it costs nothing, but it has Burnout 1. This is another reason to have those Burnout extensions, is you bring something back and then just extend its wick, essentially. Which we're actually going to grab that. Wildwood Sap's real good because it gives free regen, and quite a lot of it. Sting... Actually, Intrinsic Sting for free is pretty good. We'll take that. Because that allows me to get an extra card on turn 2. Sure, we'll take an Awoken unit again. I don't need health. I could get another Awoken Hollow. Husk Hermit's pretty good. He's also got extra spikes, because everything can have spikes. Sure, everything has spikes. I like this plan. And our event is... the mirror again. I won't read this off since we saw it before. What do I want to copy? I don't want to copy anything 5 times this time, because that's going to get out of hand. Probably the Paraffin Thug, because he's real strong now. And I can pretty much guarantee multiple floors of money making. It's that or the Tiny Thorned Hollow. That would be real good too. Nah. Hey boss, you want us to take him out back and break the knees? Okay. We're gonna break all the knees. Spell chain on that? Actually be really funny. Yeah, we'll do that. I thought about it and I like that plan. More damage on that? No. Spell chain on this would have also been good. Because then we just get 2 extra draws the next turn. Not to mention getting rid of some enemies. We'll increase the healing on Restore. Permafrost, I don't really need anything to have that. Actually, no. No, thinking about it, if I permafrosted Hollow Drippings has no space left. That's why I ignored that. Exactly. Let's reroll this and hope for better. There we go. Make Molded free. Perfect. Because now, since it's spell chains, we can use it twice. Nice for nothing. Let's have that Restoration Detonation consume. Because if it does ever do the full 35 heal, that's 35 times 5. So that'll be pretty handy. Oh, this is like the worst variant to have. Everything he hits gets knocked to the back of the room it's in, and just keeps destroying your setup over and over again. Eventually it'll cycle back to them being in the right spot, but until then it's really annoying. So let's actually put Flicker at the back this time to account for that. Put a Paraffin Thug here, Husk Hermit there. Just look at the sinister eyes popping out from under the jar. Just, what you doing? I'm gonna hit you. Don't hit me, I got spikes. Don't do it. It's a bad idea. I'm gonna get you. I could put this drag down and extend him, but he's just going to die. Unless... Put him in the middle. Then he'll die right afterwards. If I put him in the back, then... Oh yeah, this applies to every unit on a floor with burnout, by the way. It's not even just a single target. There we go, he has 12 turns to live now. Mostly just for fun. Go ahead and spike you. Fill this floor out with units. There we go. We're all set on every floor. Not for the entire round, of course, because some of that stuff's gonna die. But that's what mold is for. We just bring them back, we pour a wax copy of them out, and they're suddenly alive again. Spikes, heal you back up. Heal you back up some more. Unfortunately, I have a handful of units and nowhere to put them. That's actually going to be fine for him to be back there for a bit. The Paraffin Thug can take the hits for a little bit. That's why you put a handful of decent health units all in a line in these situations. And we'll just build him back up so he gets a bunch of spikes for when he comes back around again. I'm pretty confident we'll be okay here. It's gonna get weird now and then, but other than that, it'll be perfectly fine. Explode! Explode again! Yeah, 175 damage from him just exploding in health. Sometimes it's just so delightful to let things explode. And purge that again. We still haven't lost any units, so we have nothing to do with that. And we have no dead units, so we can't use molded. Just restore you, so... Oh, no, you're gonna die anyway. Well, we'll have a unit to use molded on in a minute. Just not when I have molded in my hand. That was the other thing I was thinking about permafrosting, was molded, so that I could always have it in my hand. For when a unit died, I can just bring him back. But this deck's probably not going to get so big that I won't get it back decently often. Of course, we're at final turn here, so I'm just going to chuck some dregs out to take the heat. As you might be able to tell by the sounds they make, they're not really in great shape. They're not really well formed. Actually, I don't know if it's an issue of they're not well formed or if they're just like that far gone. They've been cooking for so long that they're just that far melted. And that's why they don't have much burnout time. I don't actually remember the lore of the Melted Remnant that much. Other than it's very clearly designed to be a rich and poor society. Like, the ones that don't have burnout are the rich ones, and most of the ones with burnout are the poors who just got kind of abandoned. And then there's things like this monstrosity here. This just horror. The Devourer of Death. 3 spikes thanks to the mod he has. Every time something dies around him, he gains 1 soul. Whenever he dies, he explodes for 15 times those souls. Ooh, apply endless to a friendly unit. That could be fun. That could be very fun. But I think it's Devourer of Death time. I think the Devourer of Death needs to come out. Yeah, see Wickless Baron, for example. He does have Harvest, which is good. Dualism's useless on him. Wait, why do you have Rejuvenate, Cultivate 3? Do they just get random Rejuvenate effects now? Oh wait, that's the Thorned Hollow. The other one's the Awoken Hollow. Wait, yeah, this is the one I like, I think. I remember why I remember him with sweep now. I would always get him an upgrade that gave him sweep as soon as I could. That's why I'm thinking of him having sweep. Because I would guaranteed always get him sweep when I could. Because that used to be one of the upgrades you could get out of the unit upgrade thing. It seems like you can't get that anymore, which makes sense because it was really strong. Let's take the Wickless Baron, though. I have plans involving the Baron. And we'll get us more floor space to enact our evil plan. Let's go for some artifacts. Unit upgrades would be nice, but artifacts would be nicer right now. Sting spells get 20 magic power. That's oddly specific. Units without upgrades cost 1 less. Can't use that right now, unfortunately, because we have guaranteed upgrades because of Malika's Shifting Pyre. Rage whenever they lose a stack of burnout? Sure. And then we'll reroll and try to get something cool. You know what? Since this is last run, I'll take the Sketches of Salvation and just let Chaos reign. Because we love chaos around here. Okay, the Angel Path again. Be advised, the lights just flickered, and we have been having some weird weather here, so if the stream suddenly ends, I might lose power. Just note. Just to note that. I don't think it's a significant flicker, but because I was seeing some weather-based flickering earlier, just gonna point that out just in case. Since these guys have a Slay effect, I'm gonna give this one Wrath. And I have a Cunning Scheme involved with that. Because we can get a chance to duplicate things. You know, sometimes a monster spits out a bunch of trains, sometimes you fill a train full of monsters. You never know what's really gonna happen. Ooh, reform 2 random units could be interesting. And he does that every turn. But I'm gonna go ahead and increase his harvest value for now, because we really don't lose enough units for reform to be that pivotal in effect right now. How you doing, Cherry? Do I want to deal with Penitent Prayer Stones? No, this setup's not strong enough to chew through those in any kind of consistent fashion. Excellent. Glad to hear it. So let's see. We put a Paraffin Thug down here. We're gonna put the Wickless Baron here, actually, because I need space for him to do what he's gonna do. Keep the Thorned Hollow here. Put the Husk Hermit up here by himself. And then the random units will get distributed around. Really not where I wanted any of those, and this is why I don't tend to do that. Because this should be in front of the Baron, and this should be literally anywhere but the back of a line, since it needs to die. I mean, I guess I could pop it myself. But it also would have been better to have it up there with the Baron so he could get the harvest bonus from it, though Flicker will get harvest bonuses anyway. So it's kind of fine. Oh, I put the wrong Thug there. The one with Wrath was supposed to be down there. Well, that's fine. He goes up here then. Sting, heal. And we move on. Said we move on. Now, the scheme is we just keep piling things in front of the Baron here. So they keep dying and just keep making the Baron stronger. Much the same as we've been doing for Flicker now and then. In fact, there you go, just chuck a drag out in front of there so he gets stronger too. And there's no room for you to do that. It's fine. Restoration Detonation to blow that guy up. I have 0 available. I love that they tell you what's available so I don't have to remember what died, when, where. Like, obviously now a bunch of stuff's gonna start dying. But One problem at a time. I could put the Devourer of Death down. That could be fun. Put him up here. And chuck another Dragon Place here. And give you a Spear Boy to have fun. Yeah, unfortunately, that Shield Steward really messes with the way I was going to set up the Baron, because he was going to get piles of dregs and such piled in front of him. So that there was just tons of free damage available once anything broke through this line to get to him. We don't need that at all. Enjoy lots of spikes. Yeah, we have nobody with burnout, so there's no use for the hollow drippings. Just keep harvesting more. And we got the Slay bonus for money, so it all worked out perfectly. I could not have asked for that to play out better. I only have 2 souls, but that is still 30 damage. That's not bad. Go ahead and chuck a body in front of here again. I really should put the Baron and the Rector on the same floor. That would be smarter. Oh yeah, you can still just fire this off without a target. So there you go. Get me the extra card draw next turn anyway. He is gonna survive, which makes me unhappy. Restoration Detonation makes him take more damage. I'll go ahead and take the damage to the pyre from those, that's fine. Go ahead and get an Entombed Explosive? No, because it only have burnout 1, so it'll be useless. Hold it again. So I won't have enough to spawn that many. Oh no, I can spawn both of them around. You know what? Sure. Have a lot. You get to have a nice long life, even though that loses me money. Which is a hell of a thing to say. That's an incredibly capitalistic sentence there, but you know what? It's fine. We're not even playing the real capitalist faction. But on the bright side, with everybody down on this floor getting taken out, the Baron will actually get to do something with all the power I gave him. Yeah, this guy deals out some sap that lowers everybody's attack every turn. That's why we aren't killing him here. Hey there, Jay. It's going quite swimmingly so far. We lost a couple rounds, but we've mostly broken the game otherwise. Right now, we're just doing a sample run of the Melted Remnant alongside the Awoken. I'm not going to end up getting to show every faction today because Umbra took a little bit to get, and I didn't grind it out before stream. But otherwise, we're showing everybody off today. Gonna heal you a little bit for fun. Get rid of that so we don't take useless damage, and there we go. How you been doing, Jay? All the free money. That could be useful. I don't really actually want any of these. Yeah, because it's X plus 1. If this was X times attack, I would take this. Nah, we'll skip that one. Heal 1. Yeah, we'll take that just for Ember Generation because it's free. Hey, thanks to the random upgrade. We already bought a few upgrades on the last trip. Let's get some unit upgrades this time. Stewards can blow up. Nah, let's have all of our burnout boys explode so all those drags have more use. And give a guy quick. Yeah, unfortunately the slots on the Paraffin Thug are full. Otherwise, I'd absolutely give him quick so that he could go clobbering and making me money. You have sweep, so let's give you quick. Quick and sweep go well together. Thornstone. It's a shame you're full already. Give him more spikes. That could be funny. Nah. A little bit of health for somebody. Yeah, let's buff up the Baron with a little bit more health. He can build up his attack, but him building up health is a little harder when he doesn't have enough health to start with. Deck builders really are a lot of fun. Like, it is... I don't know if I would say it's my favorite genre, but it's up there. It is definitely top 3. And I say that because they stay consistently up there. Actually, I ended up missing Wild Frost. I had the option to play it through Game Pass, and I just didn't end up actually doing it. It's still sitting there. I can still play it at any time. It just... there's too many games. We'll take the Gross Michael again, because that's just really good. Free attack is impossible to argue with. Yeah, I mean, of course there's a Balatro reference in here. Why wouldn't there be? They reference a bunch of stuff in both of these games, which I love to see. I love to see indies referencing each other. It's one of the beautiful parts about the indie scene. Yeah, the thing is, we're kind of like... yeah, we're not gonna actually have any space here, so they're only gonna get harvest off of killing enemies. I still want to have a Paraffin Thug here, and I want to have the defense of a Hollow out front of them. So this is just filled out. There's just no room for anything else. We'll chuck you up there first and then fill it out later. I did forget about the... oh, that explosion will take care of it. Well, it'll take care of one of them. So let's just chuck some dregs up there to sort that issue out. There we go, now they all die. No more problems. Chuck a drag up here to eat some of the damage as well. Because he'll eat some of the corruption and then die, keeping them from taking as much corruption damage. I did forget that this was one of the ones that was going to be full of misshapen fiends when I took the Mark of Invasion. That one's admittedly I should have read that situation, but it's A-okay. That guy explodes, gives this guy more spikes. Because he can never have too many spikes. Let's get some free money by bashing that guy. And there we go. Arguably, I should have just let these guys at the top floor go through. Because then they would have just walked in and got blasted by the core, and we would have just taken a little bit of core damage. Wouldn't have really been a big deal. We are taking a bunch of sap, but it'll be okay. Put you out there in front to keep him alive, though the corruption's gonna kill him pretty quick, so I should have healed him a bit too. It'll be okay. Very fast and sloppy right now, because we're getting toward the end of the day here. Oh, I think it did spawn an extra unit, and I just completely paid no attention to him down there. We'll restore the 1 health to you. There you go, use the buffed one, he lives for a little bit longer now. Can't fit the Husk Hermit there, so he gets to live up here now. It really loves just dumping Shield Stewards in the back of these lines with the Sketches of Salvation. Just completely wasting them. Actually, it doesn't make the unit itself ephemeral that I get. So we can actually just bring these back into the deck. With a bit of a buff to them. This one can go ahead and go up there, because it has 3 burnout, it'll be okay. Because once we get the hallowed thing again, we can extend them so they'll be fine. I just won't put the one burnout guy down because he'll just be gone immediately. Unless I wanted to put him in front of that at middle line or something. But I don't think there was any room in the middle line right now. Let's see. Restoration detonation for you. I know they get sapped some more, but that's still a very important bit of damage to deal. Keep you from dying to corruption. Chuck an explosive out front. And put another drag up here, because this one's gonna burn out. And we just keep generating more money. Just keep generating money. That's more or less the same position I'm in there, Jay. I know what Wild Frost is, and like I said, with Game Pass I have access to it, but it just never ended up happening. It's literally even sitting there installed is the worst part. This is not even that big a file, it's just sitting there waiting for the day when it eventually happens. Such a shame, but at the same time, that's just how it goes. Okay, there's nobody that's gonna keep sapping the hell out of us this time. But all those guys melted because the Hollow Drippings didn't show up till now. I can't fit him in. We'll put him up here in case things go horribly wrong, then just give him a massive burnout extension. There you go. This guy's gonna end up dropping dead from corruption, though, because I need to focus on down here. Though it's obviously over down here anyway. But, you know, it could be more over. Yeah, all that harvest power that those two gained is really just going to carry this for us. What would be ridiculous is if I could get a boiler room to put down here too, so I just keep benefiting from everything that dies over and over and over again. And then I just have endless ember. Not that I've really needed more, but, you know, why not more? Always why not more? Stealth, reform random units. Sure, we'll take the Votivari. Because they're endless and they give me card draw, so they can actually make me have some use for my ember. Can't armor. I mean, the extra card draw is nice. I could just chuck them up top somewhere out of the way. Yeah. It's honestly kind of unfortunate that they got Incant extra armor. I'm gonna speed this up, by the way, so we're not here for the rest of the night finishing this run. Though we are only, like, a little bit away from the end anyway. But more speed will make this go a little quicker. And it'll be kind of fun to have me play even more fast and loose and do silly things. Let's see. My initial intent was to duplicate the Paraffin Thug with Wrath and then get rid of the other Paraffin Thug, but I guess we're not doing that now. Let's get rid of Spear Boy and one of the Shield Boys. So we're more likely to get units I actually want out of our Sketches of Salvation. I love the equalizing rings. They're so nice. Stoic plate mail is also not bad. We do keep ending up with a floor with a bunch of stewards on it, but this is just not the run for this to be great. Reroll. You know what? The Hall of Mirrors could be really funny. The Hall of Mirrors could be really funny with this setup, actually. We have no equipment still. I don't have enough deployment ember to be safe getting the Hall of Mirrors guaranteed. But I'm gonna do it anyway, because it'll be funny. Is there anything else I want to purge? Honestly, yeah, just purge this guy too. Just get out of here. We have no stewards anymore. I think that's the first time I've purged every steward I had. Because usually I keep a couple just for a little extra stability. 7 attack and lifesteal. And pile in, kids. We're gonna put the Hall of Mirrors up here. And we're gonna set up mostly as normal here, but we'll come back to that in a minute. Nah. Double Husk Hermits. And the best part is, whatever I put up there... Of course, Michael broke, so there went all of our attack bonus. And of course, it was a round of combat where there was literally no combat that happened. Oh, hey, our other Paraffin Thug went up there for free. I got a drag here, which is sad. Oh, yeah, the Votivaries went in the back here. Thanks, game. Thanks for putting them literally in the worst place again. Remind me of how that keeps happening the next time I'm saying I'm gonna take Sketches of Salvation for fun chaos nonsense. Because boy is it consistently upsetting me today. Like, it is just doing the exact opposite of what I would ever want it to do right now. Let's get our Paraffin Thug in here where he belongs. Because the thing is, I have nothing to hit my own units with, so I can't pop these Votivaries. So they're just kind of stuck there. And that's the thing that makes me kind of mad about that situation. And pop him so that those guys don't get in too much danger. And chuck you out front. This guy's gonna blow up, but that's exactly what we want him to do. That's fine, you can have your little bit of Titan skin. This got cleaned up, so now we can fit the Baron in where he belongs. I was actually, one of the things I was gonna do is put Wildwood Custodians behind him so he had piles of card draw. It would have been so good. But unfortunately, we have what we have. That is kind of creepy looking with the glowing eyes. You know what? Give him a bonk. I want to ensure that he dies, but leave some room to clear more of the other guys. And free damage against Kale is never a bad idea. Just beat up that smug little bastard. Let's go ahead and summon back some stuff. It's a shame that I don't have any room to put this guy, though. Just chuck some dregs up here, let them burn out. In fact, you're gonna burn out anyway, but get me money. Just burn out for some cash, I guess. This guy's gonna die, unfortunately, because I didn't draw enough healing to keep him alive. But we've gained enough harvest that everybody else is fairly stable, though the Paraffin Thug's in the wrong spot, I just realized. He's actually out front, which is not where he should be. Chucking into him an explosive out here to keep him safe. Yeah, we only have space for one, so I can't put both. Chuck that one out there instead. Yeah, now we also can't use Restoration Detonation as well. We can use it here, though, which will work. You alive. Just running around, balancing meters, making sure everybody stays alive. Well, aside from the guys who are supposed to die to make me money. We might still lose the Thug here, though. Oh, wait. But what if he came back from the dead and had plenty of burnout time, so it didn't matter that he had burnout? And then he exploded. You can't keep a good plant down. You still don't have a place to go. I should have looked to see where I was going to put you before I did that. Now we're going to take core damage again, which is fine. Everything's okay. On you go. More restoration detonation. Give me a sting, give me some money. Like, all I have to do is just keep him alive and just terrible things happen to everything else. Oh, you can kill him, actually. Give me money. Honestly, having Wrath on the Thug is hilarious, because it's just like, hey, go shake that guy down. Go get him. Stay put. Give me. I could have summoned some more units back, but all they would have been able to do is go up there and it wouldn't have helped anything. This fight's over. There we go. Nom 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 nom. Thank you for the feast, Kale. Now die. Real shame when his own mechanics play against him, huh? There we go. And a lot of units died, so we made a lot of money. I really don't even need to take trials anymore because of how much money I'm getting. Ooh. If it dies, it gives me a 40 attack boosted random unit that died. That could be fun. And it has Valor, which is very silly. Nah, I think I'll take the Wildwood Tome to apply Quick, though. Applying Quick is going to be very big. I could just fit in even more units. Because we're not really running out of Ember in any meaningful way. So more units. And that makes the Hall of Mirrors a lot better. And we get the upgraded banana. Thank you, Jimbo. I've never had the Cavendish get destroyed. It's always stayed every time. There's our duplicate option. So yes, actually, let's go here. We duplicate the Paraffin Thug with the Wrath, especially now he's got 134 attack. We go over here, we get rid of the non-Wrath having Paraffin Thug. Because I don't really need 3 of them. Large Stone. We could make the Custodian big, but let's not do that. That'd be stupid. Let's see. I do want to have him gain a little bit of health, though, so he doesn't just die randomly. Dualism. Does that help anybody? You would get more burnout, but eh. There we go. Harvest 2 souls at a time. Double the power for your explosion. You know what? It's funny. Make the Votivary attack harder. 15 attack, 5 health, burnout 1. Ooh, I can reduce something to 1 size, but everything is either 1 size or full already. Sad. You have been chosen. You're quick now. Enjoy. And you will also get increased burnout time. He has no health, but he is a menace. You can have spikes. We don't need the Pyre health particularly, but we may as well grab it anyway. Get our champion an upgrade. 20 health per harvest is pretty silly. But with how many units I'm letting die now, having him reform units every turn might actually be big. No, we're committing to the bit. Because we already have plenty of ways to reform units. Namely, 1 spell that I can keep using twice every turn that it shows up. We don't need to do trials anymore, and I don't want to deal with multiple reanimates. You know what? You know what? Why don't I do something extra silly? What if there was 2 Rectors and 2 Barons on the second floor? I should have done this to the first floor. Actually, I can do this to the first floor. Hang on, redo. Irresponsible cloning in action here. Very irresponsible cloning. Oh, and they get an extra unit chucked. It gave them the Husk Hermits for free. Oh, that's so good. Oh, this is the one time the sketches worked out so well for us. Our guys are silenced, which makes me very upset, but that's fine. Oh, they're already gonna get so much work done, it does not matter. Summon some more thugs. We're just gonna pile in a bunch of Wrath thugs all in one place and just start clubbing anything that survives the first floor. Get you some regen. Yeah, silence doesn't work on Harvest. Especially since they die first, so I think they die before the silence actually stops the harvest anyway. You guys are already quick. But what if I made that guy quick? And also that guy quick? So just everybody's quick. Sure, they get to attack harder, but they don't get to attack. We're also like double our floor capacity almost. Irresponsible actions happening because it's funny. Yes, game, I know how unit limit works. See, that's actually not true. Ascending and descending sometimes does work. Actually, no, flight bypasses unit limit. I don't think ascend and descend does. I think they are actually telling the truth there. 210 health on 2 of them already. Here, have a Thorned Hollow to make your situation up here even worse. Oh, wait, yeah, the 7 unit limit. You can't have more units. Floor capacity you can bypass. I guess you could just only have 7 units on a floor. I never actually had 7 in somewhere before. Like, even here, we only have 6. And that's already wildly over capacity. And put you in front, so you hopefully die and give me more card draw. Give you some more friends to hang out with. I'm gonna heal you so that guy explodes. Completely arbitrarily. Four units with Harvest on one floor is just so not okay. Just keep prepping you for when that guy inevitably falls and explodes. Go ahead and just put an explosive there. You know what? No, I don't want you guys living. Actually, no, this is the good one. We do want him living. There we go. You get to live just because you have a really strong friend next to you. Understand that that's all you're getting there. Yeah, all of that power and they still can't kill those gladiators. That just goes to show how tough those damn gladiators are. Spike him, just fuck that guy. You can go ahead and heal, so blow up a little bit. It is gonna be a problem that this guy's getting attacked because he survives, but other than that, it's not a major ordeal. He's gonna die anyway, so no, you don't get to do that. In fact, die now. There you go. We'll hold on to the molding for now. There's not really much exploding I can do. He's gonna die anyway. Rid of these shards. Sting, even though there's not a target. Honestly, we'll spend the Ember giving that guy regen, because he is a little hurt. And we'll just keep making you guys have more time. There you go. You know, it's a great thing that you got this magic protection here, guys, but there's one fundamental problem in that I'm not attacking you with magic. I'm just hitting you with sticks and giant, like, candle flails that are honestly kind of terrifying. They're not even getting through the first guy. Let these last couple runs be a lesson in why I usually take the goofy jank stuff instead of the stuff that synergizes well, because this happens. You just start running roughshod over the game, and you are just a nightmare to behold. Which is fun in its own right, but I prefer to have the harder road of the weird nonsense. Ooh. Deal damage to enemy units equal to 3 times the number of dead friendlies. Sure! So this one does do 10 times deaths, but this costs more. This one's free. Sure, 10 health and 8 spikes, why not? Because I clearly need more money. But we can buy more artifacts if we have more money. Aren't we? Yeah, we're at the end, so the extra unit slots once again is useless. Clan card drafts also useless. There we go. Extra stacks when something gains burnout. Champion heals to full. A sting card every turn. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. What do I even want to duplicate anything? I can duplicate this. Sure. Sure. And... sure, you just become the other candle guy. Graph or whatever those guys are called. So you have way more burnout. Like, it's kind of funny how some of these dregs are actually legitimately useful now with all the stuff I've done for them. So part of that is, of course, the Cavendish buffing them to begin with. Now let's see if I can drop the ball somehow. We do get Curses of Entropy, and he does do a lot of sapping. So he could actually weaken us into a bad position. But it's still pretty hard to stop double Flicker, double Baron. Now, what free unit do we get this time? Oh, just some dregs. It is the long-lasting dregs, though, so that's good. Oh, wait. No, those are regular dregs because they got boosted by the thing. Dang it. They are quick ones, though. They're not, like, basic dregs, but they're not the really good one with multi-strike that I wanted to see. Let's see. You're attacking for 35, so here, waste your attack on that guy. And get whacked with a bat. What if you got whacked with a bat again? Circle of Life. I know they get a bunch of attack from that, but it's still worth it. And we're just gonna shoot you with stings and stings. Oh, we got the Wildwood Custodian immediately. And a drag up here that's just gonna die. Real shame for him. I do really think that Monster Train 2 is actually easier than Monster Train 1. I will say that, because I remember having a much harder time with Monster Train 1. Even using combinations like the Awoken and the Melted Remnant. I feel like you just have more options in this one because of things like equipment and things of that nature that just make you stronger in general. That is way easier to get way stronger. And maybe that's just me, I don't know. Like, I could absolutely be just talking out of my ass and just been lucky / playing better compared to back when I played the first game, which was predominantly at least a couple years ago, back when the game was new. Obviously, I played on and off since then, but the primary time I'd played was back when the game was new, and then when the DLC was new, obviously, I came back. We'll make that one quick. Yeah, thankfully we've built up enough health from Harvest that we don't have to worry too much about him killing anybody randomly. I mean, he's gonna kill that guy randomly unless I do something about it. Speaking of fun thing... Oh no, this is all floors, so we'd be stuck with it anyway. I'm gonna go ahead and take the pyre damage so we don't take the sap. We have plenty of pyre health. I was gonna say, funny thing would be if I could just drop the thing up there and have it be wasted, but that's why they have it be all floors, is so that you can't just waste it. As funny as that would be. Drop a Devourer of Death in front of him, and an Entombed Explosive. We could bring a guy back and drop him up here too. Ooh, who even died? Oh, a drag, okay. Well, here, have another drag to fight. This way they all can pile in and do some free damage to him. Because we're basically golden down here. Aside from he's gonna live. Heal you up for a bit more spikeage. There is one of those incant guys down here, so we're not gonna cast our spells willy-nilly down there. This way we have more stuff set up to deal with these gladiators as well. Oh, Wrath came back up. Perfect. So, it's time for a batting! Wait, there we go. It wasn't letting me click it for a moment. Get batted, get batted, get batted. Sure, put the Votivari at the front so we get free cards. Can't fit the Husk Hermit there anymore, which is one unfortunate thing, but we'll put them up here. They can hang out with all the piles of candles. Get rid of that so I don't take even more damage. Nobody here needs to heal, and they're also going to take care of this just fine, so ignore that. Explode that guy. And carry on. That might stack up enough that we start taking enough core damage. I might need to take on the sap, but we'll see. As it stands, though, sap down on the bottom floor wouldn't matter much because they are generating more attack faster than they're losing it. So it wouldn't really be a big deal. I should actually extend the burnout on these guys when I get a chance. I completely blanked on extending them because I actually wanted them to die at first. And I've since thought better of it. They don't have a healer here, so sting, sting, sting. None of you need healing. You can be healed. And, there we go. Do I throw one sap around? They're already sapped a bunch. Nah. I can still take another 20 of those without it mattering, so I think we're good. All this card draw is getting a little out of hand. Oh, there we go. Hallowed Dripping's just in time. This way, these guys last for 17 turns. They no longer have a time limit on them. That time limit may as well not be there. Now you are there. I'm glad those didn't count, otherwise that could have been a problem. Sting, sting, sting. I mean, this guy's gonna burn out, but that's fine. This guy's gonna explode in his face, which is exactly what we want. Yeah. Don't need to do anything else. More cards, more money. Not that the money matters at this point. The money literally is gonna go to nothing because the fight's gonna end. We also just keep coming back. So here, just keep going back out there. Oh yeah, we actually haven't had that many deaths, so the death bonus isn't actually that significant, which is actually kind of unfortunate. Y'all don't have a healer down here this time. Kaboom! So the silence guy goes away. Not that it matters, but I just am offended by those existing. Over here's fine, so I'm just not gonna cast spells here and get myself in needless trouble. Free card draw, nobody needs healing here. Well, guess we're just setting these guys on their way. There's room here. Here, have more explosives to play with. Because why not blow up more stuff? Everyone loves a good explosion. It also frees up more regular attacks to get through, so it's perfect. I'm assuming we just win here. Yeah, we just win here. Do I want to win harder? Nah, we'll just get out of here. I'm gonna set it to Super Ultra with the oh my god face going on up there and watch what happens. Everything is going really fast. You can barely see the animation. And that is the power of Harvest and the Hall of Mirrors. And that is Covenant 5 beaten as well. We are up to Covenant 6 now. I don't think I ever even got past, like, Covenant 3 when I played Monster Train 1. Half of it was because I didn't bother to go to higher Covenants, because I just was like, why would I deal with this? Ooh, extra damage permanently is gonna be fun. Liquor's Liquor, whenever you play a unit after deployment, a random card in the hand is reduced to 0 until played or discarded. Neat. Resin removal, remove all debuff effects from friendly units and all buff effects from enemy units. Extinguish triggers an additional time. That's actually going to be huge sometimes. And the Awoken gets us Spreading Spores, apply regen spikes, add a copy of this card to your discard pile. That's not that great. Friendly units get +1 attack per stack of spikes. That could be very good. And that's that. And our win streak goes up to 2. We almost got Umbra. And now we end up with a calcified Ember per card per draft. Ugh. I don't think I'm going past that point. I don't think I want to deal with piles of calcified Embers. But yeah, you've seen every faction the game has to offer other than Umbra after whatever they changed. Because I do think that the factions have been tweaked a bit between the first game and this game. They do feel, like I said, across the board stronger. But I think part of that is the new options we have, like I said before. And just the game being just a little easier. But maybe it's a case of the game's just a little fairer. Because I did feel like there were some fights in Monster Train 1 that were just nasty. But again, that could easily just be me not being as capable then as I am now. Though I would not rate myself as highly capable. Oh, absolutely. like, one of my chief complaints with this game was that the original factions weren't in here. So the fact that you can unlock them made me so happy. Like, that took it from a game that I'm like, you know what, this is pretty fun, to this is fantastic and is probably going to consume my life for a while. Like, that is how much of a jump that was in my eyes. Is that I did really like the original factions. They were all pretty diverse and pretty interesting. I will say, and I'm gonna pull the faction list up to explain this, I do feel like there's a lot of parity between the new factions and the old factions, which makes it not as much of a thing to have the old factions and the new factions. Like, they're even lined up to a certain degree with the ones that play similarly to them, like Stygian and Luna being next to each other, Banished and Hellhorn being next to each other, Lazarus and Melting Remnant being next to each other. This one I don't think really pair the same. Fireborn and Awoken, I don't really think they have enough mechanics that are the same. Arguably, Fireborn and Hellhorn could go together because Imps and Whelps are kind of similar. And I need to deal with New Umbra to really be like, yeah, that plays like Under Legion does. But from what I remember of Umbra, there would be some parity there. Piss off with the ads, you don't need those at this point. We're literally leaving. Don't get me wrong, it could easily take me 5 minutes to pick a raid target, but I'd rather that not be the case. Since I already went over my intended time, which I should have expected when I started playing Monster Train, but you know. It be how it be. Oh yeah, schedule upcoming, by the way, has shifted about a little bit. Like, obviously Saturday being tomorrow is still a free day of I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's not gonna be more Monster Train because I don't want to do back-to-back days of it, even if I enjoy it. So I'll figure out what I want to do tomorrow. I feel like I had an idea for tomorrow and then I lost it, but I'll figure that out. Monday we go back to Okage Shadow King. Tuesday, since we finished Siege and Sandfox, I need to figure out what I'm doing for that day, but we'll get there. Thursday will almost guaranteed be a session of headliners at the same time we normally would do Repo, so it's gonna be like 7 p.m. Eastern. I've already got basically a full lobby lined up for that. Friday is gonna just be normal business. Next Saturday is going to be either Repo or Lethal, depending on who I get for that day. To depend basically on what they want to do. And hey there, Pazzy. Unfortunately, you're catching me just as I'm on my way out, but hope you're doing well today, bud. I was just getting through schedule so people knew what was coming up later on. Which in this case being next week, mostly, because Saturday's the only other day left this week. Schedule-wise. Oh boy. 5 hours of running trains around. You know, it'll work out how it works out. Hopefully you can, but don't stress over it. We all have plenty to do all the time, as we all know. I just gotta figure out where I'm sending y'all, because I have too many choices again. I always have too goddamn many choices. This is what I get for expanding too far. I now have too many people. Let me kill audio so I can check where some of these people are at, and then we'll figure it out from there. Because obviously, you know, don't want to run in on somebody that's ending. Yeah, you know what, we'll go over there. That'll be fun. We'll go see Evie, who's doing some... I'm going to assume this is a fan game and not a ROM hack of Pokemon, because it doesn't look right for it to be a ROM hack. It looks too differently designed, but we'll find out. It's called Pokemon Awakening, and I'm curious. So we'll go with that. When in doubt, do curiosity things. And Evie's good people anyway, so that'll work out pretty nicely. So, thank you all for your time. Hopefully you enjoyed me sitting there breaking things left and right, because that was what most of this session turned into. in addition to showing off factions. Yeah, we already talked schedule, so I'm not gonna go back over that. Have a good one, y'all. Be good, Debbie, and I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.